framework that omits means of implementation metrics for each target. Second, on climate finance, this is a cornerstone of African priorities. We need clear pathways to operationalizing the global goal of US dollars 1.3 trillion annually by 2035 and US dollars 300 billion by 2030. Adaptation finance is an obligation anchored in the Convention and the Paris Agreement and the decision from Glasgow, UAE and Baku. Africa therefore expects developed countries to announce pledges toward tripling adaptation finance from 2019 levels and to honor commitments to the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damages. The Fund for Response to Loss and Damage Board must urgently develop resource mobilization strategy and initiate a replenishment process ahead of COP31. Thirdly, on Article 9.1, national determined contributions and biannual technical reports, any roadmap or multilateral decision must include support for NDC preparation and implementation, tripling adaptation finance for 2026-2029 based on developed country needs and enhance international cooperation to address implementation barriers, including unilateral trade measures that undermine our development. Fourth, on the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damages, Africa calls for a robust replenishment framework aligned with the projected economic losses for the strengthening institutional coherence between the Fund for Response to Loss and Damages, the Santiago Network, and the Warsaw International Mechanism. Fifth, on just transition pathway, the Belém mechanism must reinforce the implementation of the Convention and the Paris Agreement in the context of sustainable development and poverty eradication, clean cooking and energy access to over 300 million people on the continent. Tanzania and Africa expect concrete, action-oriented outcomes supported by predictable finance, technology cooperation, and strong social safeguard. Resilience must be upheld as a guiding principle. In conclusion, the United Republic of Tanzania reaffirmed her readiness to work constructively with all parties to achieve balanced, equitable, and ambitious outcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Msofe. It is my pleasure to welcome the Right Honourable Edward Miliband, Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. We gather here in Belém at a moment of truth for the world. It is now more than 3 decades since the historic Earth Summit in Rio. In those years, we have seen the climate crisis move from a future threat to a present reality. And we have also seen the progress we can make as a world. And yet, at this very moment, there are people in a number of countries across the world, including my own, who want to deny the crisis even exists or delay the urgent action we need to address it. They are well-funded, well-organized, and determined. But I have a clear message today. We should not fear these forces of denial and delay, because they are losing the fight. Their attempt to disrupt progress is a sign not of their strength, but of their weakness. They are losing because of economics. We are now seeing the world invest twice as much in clean energy as fossil fuels. They are losing because countries are acting. We see 80% of the world's GDP covered by net zero commitments, and in the years since the Paris Agreement, we have seen forecast warming cut from 4 degrees to around 2.3 to 2.5. And by the very presence here of more than 190 countries, they are losing, because we are standing up for the cause of multilateralism and the Paris Agreement, and we are saying we stand together and will not leave each other to sink or swim. We are showing the forces of denial and delay they will not win, because it is in our national interests and the global interests to keep working together. Of course, while these forces are losing, we know we must speed up our efforts and face up to the emergency that so many countries face. That's why our Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, was here in Belém with the message that the UK is all in on climate action. And in the days left of this COP, we must all raise our sights, with 3 pathways for our work that must begin the day after Belém. First, we need to show our will to go further and faster to make efforts to keep warming to 1.5 degrees, because that's what it means to uphold the Paris Agreement, a pathway to keeping 1.5 alive. Second, we must build confidence by demonstrating that the $300 billion by 2035 agreed at COP29 is a real goal, as well as the scaling up to $1.3 trillion, a pathway to delivering the financial flows to help developing countries, including for adaptation. And third, we must build on the Presidency's ideas for a pathway on the transition away from fossil fuels, because there is no answer to the climate crisis without action on this issue, and because this work is critical to the just and orderly transition we need. These 3 pathways are the tributaries that can merge together here in Belém to accelerate the flow of action to keep the ambition of the Paris Agreement alive. In conclusion, let me say this. Let us be inspired by looking back 10 years with pride at what we have achieved since Paris, when we put our faith in multilateralism. And let it be said of us this week that we kept that faith. And in 10 years' time, let us have people look back at us and say that in these crucial few days, we came together, different in our circumstances, but united in our desire for action, and that we joined together for the good of all our peoples, today's and future generations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Andres Sut, Minister of Energy and Environment of Estonia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Presidency, Excellencies. I would like to express our sincere appreciation to all who have been involved in the preparation of COP30. Like Brazilians, Estonians are a people of nature, the people of forest. We are all connected, and the world is looking at us. We need to deliver. This year marks the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement. As President Lula reminded us, we are moving in the right direction, but too slowly. Now is a time for action. The European Union and Estonia remain fully committed to the Paris Agreement. We are delivering on the commitments we have made. Our real emissions reductions clearly demonstrate that. Estonia has already reduced emissions by 63% compared to 1990, a proof that we meet future climate goals and build resilience. Estonians are also a tech nation. We see significant progress in clean technologies with competitive clean industries and opportunities for innovation. Technology is one driver helping to make the transition just. Excellencies, our transformation has been led by energy sector. Once dependent on oil shale, 60% of electricity generated in Estonia comes now from renewables. Green transition is both an ecological necessity and an economic opportunity. Estonian innovators have turned clean energy, hydrogen and biogas into engines of competitiveness and energy security. Colleagues, solidarity guides our actions. We have countries suffering the consequences of war. We must stand firm that the aggressor compensates for all the damage done, also to the climate. Ukraine fights on 2 fronts today, against Russian aggression and against climate change. Russia's war of aggression has led millions of people displaced, hundreds of thousands killed or wounded. The war has resulted in CO2 emissions amounting to hundreds of millions of tons. The aggression must stop now. Climate change is a global, and so must be our solidarity. We can only succeed if we address the social and economic dimensions of a transition. Only if most people feel their livelihoods are improving, Only then is the transition just. Estonia is partnering with developing countries to provide the support they need to mitigate and adapt to the climate change. We focus our climate finance on practical solutions and local ownership. We provide around 1.5 million euros annually to the most vulnerable countries, helping to build resilience, access clean energy, and protect forests. We believe that every euro spent on climate action must and will generate real impact in emissions reduced, forest preserved, and people empowered. This is the essence of trust and solidarity in climate finance. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Gilberto Pichetto Fratin, Minister of Environment and Energy Security of Italy. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Grazie. I don't speak English. Signor Presidente, Eccellenze, colleghi, signore e signori, anzitutto vorrei ringraziare la Presidenza brasiliana e la comunità di Belem per la straordinaria accoglienza e ospitalità. L'Italia, insieme all'Unione Europea, è a Belem per continuare a costruire quel percorso ambizioso di riduzione delle emissioni che riteniamo prioritario per la nostra salute, i nostri territori e la nostra autonomia strategica. Lo facciamo nella convinzione confermata dopo gli ultimi passaggi anche a Bruxelles che per avanzare in questo percorso occorre non replicare approcci ideologici che rischiano di danneggiare i nostri sistemi economici e sociali. Con questo pragmatismo stiamo lavorando con tutti voi per costruire un consenso che risponda ai bisogni delle nostre comunità. E con lo stesso spirito l'Italia porta a Belém un contributo alla finanza per il clima che abbiamo molto rafforzato. In un anno il nostro sostegno è cresciuto da 838 milioni di euro a 3,44 miliardi, grazie alla mobilitazione congiunta di risorse pubbliche e private attraverso il Fondo Italiano per il Clima, ma anche quello che per l'Italia è il Piano Mattei, destinato a sostenere stabilità e crescita attraverso partenariati paritari con un focus proprio sulla transizione di crescita in Africa. Su questo percorso riteniamo che l'adattamento sia centrale. Per questo stiamo proseguendo con le iniziative collegate all'Adaptation Accelerator Hub, lanciato lo scorso anno nel corso del G7 a presidenza italiana, per sostenere i paesi più vulnerabili nella costruzione di iniziative capaci di attrarre finanziamenti e di produrre benefici reali per le comunità, perché non basta aumentare le risorse se poi mancano progetti solidi e credibili. Sul fronte della mitigazione per la riduzione delle emissioni riteniamo indispensabile seguire il principio della neutralità tecnologica e a Belem, insieme a Brasile, Giappone e ad India, portiamo un'iniziativa, la Belem 4x, che mira a quadruplicare l'uso globale dei carburanti sostenibili, biocarburanti, idrogeno, che costituiscono una leva essenziale per decarbonizzare i trasporti. L'Italia punta inoltre all'innovazione digitale. Con UNEP e IEA sosteniamo l'iniziativa 3D, che mette a sistema il potenziale del digitale a favore di efficientamento dei consumi, riduzione dei costi in bolletta per le famiglie e imprese, reti più resilienti e sistemi energetici più verdi. Il coinvolgimento dei giovani è un'altra priorità per l'Italia. Con You4Climate, in partnership con UNDP, abbiamo sostenuto 150 progetti guidati da giovani da tutto il mondo, dando vita a una rete globale. Signor Presidente, ho voluto chiudere con riferimento ai giovani per sottolineare che il ruolo e contributo dell'Italia a Belem nelle forme e iniziative concrete che ho richiamato, anzitutto si ispirano al motto che la Presidenza brasiliana ha scelto per comprendere. Grazie.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Murat Kurum, Minister of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change of Turkey. Your Excellency, you have the floor. 'Congratulations, Mr. Murat Kurum. 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 'Congratulations, Mr. Murat Kurum.
Sayın Başkan, değerli bakanlar, kıymetli katılımcılar, hepinizi şahsım ve milletim adına sevgi, saygı ve hürmetle selamlıyorum. COP30 Brezilya Başkanlığı'nı tebrik ediyor ve dönem başkanlıkları boyunca kendilerine başarılar diliyorum. Sayın bakanlar, çok kıymetli misafirler, geri döndürülemez bir noktaya doğru ilerleyen iklim değişikliği artık yalnızca çevresel bir sorun olmaktan çıkmıştır. Çok daha endişe verici bir şekilde elde ettiğimiz tüm kazanımları tehdit eden boyutlara ulaşmıştır. Türkiye Cumhuriyeti olarak iklim değişikliği üzerinde tarihsel sorumluluğumuz sınırlı olmasına rağmen Paris Anlaşması kapsamındaki ortak hedeflerimize ulaşmak için hayata geçirdiğimiz iklim kanunumuzla birlikte bu alandaki kararlılığımızı sürdürüyoruz. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımız Birleşmiş Milletler Genel Kurulu sırasında New York'ta düzenlenen iklim zirvesinde ülkemizin 2035 hedefini açıkladılar. Yeni emisyon senaryolarımız doğrultusunda 2030 yılı için öngörülen 695 milyon tonluk emisyonu 2035 yılında 643 milyon tona düşürmeyi hedefliyoruz. Şunun altını önemli çizmek isterim ki ulusal katkı beyanımız yenilikçi, politikalara uyumlu, düşük karbonlu ve iklim dirençli bir gelecek inşa etmeyi amaçlıyor ve toplumun tüm kesimlerini kapsayan bir yaklaşımı yansıtıyor. Ve yine ulusal katkı beyanımızı sadece bir politika belgesi olarak görmüyor, insanlık alemine verilmiş bir söz olarak görüyor ve en etkin şekilde uyguluyoruz. Bu kapsamda enerjiden sanayiye, ulaşımdan atık sektörüne kadar her sektörde yeşil dönüşüm vizyonuyla 2053 net sıfır emisyon hedefimizde güçlü bir şekilde ilerliyoruz. Sayın bakanlar, kıymetli katılımcılar, Türkiye her fırsatta iklim eylemindeki azmini, liderliğini, işbirliği yolundaki samimiyetini net bir şekilde göstermektedir. Meseleleri bölgesel değil, küresel sorumluluk anlayışıyla odağımıza almaya devam ediyoruz. Bu duruşumuzu çok daha net bir şekilde ortaya koymak için 2022 yılında COP31 adaylığımızı açıkladık. Türkiye olarak sadece tek bir bölgenin değil, özellikle Afrika ve Pasifik gibi kırılgan bölgelerin ihtiyaçlarını da merkezine alan, kimseyi geride bırakmayan, adil ve hakkaniyetli bir taraflar konferansına ev sahipliği yapmayı arzu ediyoruz. Bu duygularla sözlerime son verirken, gelecek nesillere yaşanabilir bir dünya ve güçlü ekonomiler bırakabilmek için işbirliğimizi arttırmayı başaracağımız bir konferans diliyorum. Ev sahipliği için Brezilya hükümetine tekrar teşekkürlerimi sunuyor. Hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Maria Fernanda Souza Rodriguez, National Director of Climate Change of Uruguay, speaking on behalf of Grupo Sur. You have the floor.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Distinguidos representantes, tengo el honor de intervenir en nombre de Grupo Sur, integrado por Argentina, Brasil, Ecuador, Paraguay y Uruguay. Nuestro grupo está alineado con la intervención del G77 más China. Señora presidenta, reunirnos en Belén, en el corazón de la Amazonia, no es un gesto simbólico, es un recordatorio profundo de por qué estamos aquí. En este territorio se respira la historia de nuestra región, su fuerza, su fragilidad y su enorme capacidad de resiliencia. América Latina ha construido soluciones, ha protegido bienes naturales esenciales y ha sostenido, con sus pueblos, respuestas concretas frente a la crisis climática. Somos una región que alimenta al mundo, que resguarda una de las mayores reservas de biodiversidad del planeta y que con todas las desigualdades que aún enfrentamos, no hemos renunciado nunca a la cooperación y al multilateralismo. Hablar desde América Latina es hablar desde una tierra que exige ser escuchada, que conoce el valor de la solidaridad y que sabe con claridad que el futuro común depende de decisiones justas, valientes y colectivas. En este marco, Grupo Sur desea subrayar lo siguiente. Es clave para nuestro grupo, para esta COP y para el multilateralismo contar con un resultado robusto sobre la Global Goal on Adaptation. Necesitamos adoptar en Belén un paquete completo y equilibrado de indicadores que abarque todas las metas y sus componentes del marco, así como medios de implementación adecuados, alineados al Acuerdo de París. Es fundamental que la decisión incorpore niveles de desagregación que permitan reflejar adecuadamente los enfoques transversales en la implementación. Reafirmamos asimismo la necesidad de aumentar el financiamiento climático con recursos nuevos, adicionales, previsibles y transparentes, promoviendo coherencia entre los flujos financieros hacia trayectorias de desarrollo resiliente y con bajas emisiones, respetando las prioridades nacionales y el principio de responsabilidades comunes pero diferenciadas. El programa de trabajo sobre transición justa debe tener un alcance integral que incorpore dimensiones sociales, laborales, territoriales y de derechos humanos, incluido el derecho al desarrollo, conforme a las obligaciones y prioridades de los países. Para Grupo Sur, Belém debe avanzar de manera sustantiva hacia un arreglo institucional claro y duradero. La agricultura es fundamental para Grupo Sur, es clave para la seguridad alimentaria, el empleo y los medios de vida. Es urgente aumentar entonces significativamente los medios de implementación destinados a aumentar la adaptación y a construir resiliencia en el sector, con especial atención a agricultores familiares y a las comunidades rurales. Señora Presidenta, América Latina necesita que el sistema multilateral funcione con coherencia y con justicia. Las medidas climáticas, incluidas las unilaterales, no deben transformarse en formas nuevas de discriminación ni en restricciones encubiertas al comercio internacional. Regiones como la nuestra, que han contribuido mínimamente a esta crisis, no pueden seguir enfrentando sus mayores impactos sin el apoyo adecuado. Grupo Sur confía en que Belém no será recordada solo por lo que debatimos, sino por lo que fuimos capaces de decidir juntos. Que esta COP sea la COP que fortaleció la cooperación entre regiones en desarrollo, que reconstruyó la confianza y que abrió paso a una acción climática más justa, más solidaria y más efectiva. Estamos plenamente comprometidos con trabajar con la Presidencia y con todas las partes para que esta COP30 marque un punto de inflexión, con América Latina como voz, como puente y como parte integral de la solución. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. I understand that there is a request for a right of reply. In accordance with the established practice, the right of reply will be provided to China at the end of national statements today. I thank you for your understanding. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Alicia Isabel Adriana Barcena Ibarra, Minister of Environment and Natural Resources of Mexico. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excelencias, traigo la voz de la presidenta Claudia Sheinbaum y de un país decidido a construir un futuro más justo, inclusive y sostenible. Lo hago desde el corazón de la Amazonía brasileña, territorio vivo, milenario y sagrado, convertido en epicentro de la acción climática global que debemos acelerar sin dilación. Agradezco al presidente Lula y al pueblo brasileño por su liderazgo y hospitalidad. Saludo especialmente a los pueblos indígenas, guardianes de las selvas, los bosques y el agua, que aguardan una respuesta firme, esperanzadora frente a una crisis climática que no admite rezagos. En esta COP de la verdad, lo que aquí llamamos técnicamente pérdidas y daños, son en la vida real niñas, niños y familias que lo pierden todo en cuestión de minutos, producto de un clima exacerbado por un modelo de desarrollo depredador. No son cifras, son ausencias. Por eso nuestra NDC incorpora pérdidas y daños como un componente, porque mitigar y adaptarnos ya no basta cuando la vulnerabilidad crece más rápido que nuestra capacidad de respuesta. México además prepara con urgencia la Política Nacional de Adaptación, una estrategia que convierta la vulnerabilidad en resiliencia. El cómo es tan importante como el qué. Por ello, el eje de medios de implementación no es decorativo, es una exigencia. Precisamos de financiamiento climático real, accesible y predecible, no de asistencialismo, cooperación y transferencia tecnológica, no imposiciones, corresponsabilidad, no simulaciones. Se requiere el compromiso de la comunidad internacional. La ambición climática no es un privilegio, es una responsabilidad compartida y diferenciada. Sí, sin duda, pero jamás un pretexto para la inacción. Y aunque México contribuye con tan solo 1.3% de las emisiones globales, nos hemos comprometido con metas absolutas de mitigación sin precedentes, entre 364 y 404 millones de toneladas de carbono equivalente en emisiones netas para 2035, no condicionadas, y entre 332 y 363 millones de toneladas de forma condicionada. La NDC considera una transición justa, energética y social, motor de una prosperidad incluyente, y está alineada con el Plan México, que incluye proyectos de nueva generación para descarbonizar la economía, potenciar la economía circular, cumplir con la meta de conservar el 30% del territorio al 2030, reforestar y proteger selvas, bosques y manglares y potenciar soluciones basadas en la naturaleza. Nuestra NDC se forjó mediante un proceso participativo plural, escuchando a comunidades, juventudes, mujeres, academia, sector productivo, pueblos indígenas, sociedad civil y parlamentarios, porque la legitimidad nace de la escucha colectiva. La NDC incorpora transversalmente la perspectiva de género y derechos humanos. Así honra México el Acuerdo de Escazú, no solo firmándolo, sino viviéndole. Los derechos no se presumen, se garantizan, los acuerdos se cumplen. Por eso los invito hoy, aquí en Brasil, cuna del multilateralismo ambiental, que inició en 1992 y que Belém sea el punto de inflexión de este muchirao histórico donde corregimos el rumbo. Muchas gracias. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Moses Drecula Bulitavu, Minister of Environment and Climate Change of Fiji. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Nisambula Binaka, I speak today as a son of the Pacific, from a region where the ocean is our identity, our culture, and our inheritance. And it is the inheritance that now stands at risk. A decade after the Paris Agreement, the world still drifting away from the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit that determines whether our islands thrive or disappear. For us in Fiji and across the Pacific, 1.5 degrees Celsius is not a political target, it is a lifeline. The recent advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice made it very clear. Every state has a legal obligation to act in line with the best available science, but the science also makes something else painfully clear. Without rapid, scale, and predictable finance, vulnerable countries will continue to pay the highest price for a crisis we did not create. Small island developing states and the least developed countries contribute the least to global emissions, yet we are bearing the greatest costs. When a cyclone strikes, it wipes out schools, hospitals, and bridges, the foundation of dignity and development in a single night. Every time we rebuild with depth. This is why finance is not charity for us, it is justice. Last month, Fiji launched our enhanced NDC 3.0, a plan rooted in urgency and hope. But ambition requires resources. COP30 must deliver a Baku to Belem roadmap that scales finance to a level of the crisis, simplifies success, and guarantees predictability for those of us in the front lines. Climate finance must move from billions to trillions required. Not someday, but now. Let us be frank, we cannot bend the emissions curve without phasing out fossil fuels and accelerating a just, orderly transition to clean energy for all. We cannot protect our ocean, the beating heart of the Pacific, without protecting our climate. Excellencies, history will judge us whether we matched courage with action, and let COP30 be remembered as the moment we delivered. For the vulnerable, for the future, for the planet we all call home. Winawalewu, and I thank you all.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Ralph Ragenvanu, Minister of Climate Change of Vanuatu. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I bring you warm greetings from the government and the people of the Republic of Vanuatu. As for the other small island developing states, my country remains among the most climate vulnerable nations on earth. For us, climate impacts are not just environmental shocks, they are economic shocks of an existential scale. In just the past decade, extreme weather events have inflicted damages equivalent to well over half of our GDP, repeatedly setting back hard-won development plans and locking us in a cycle of perpetual recovery. The climate crisis is undermining our very ability to create a self-determined future for ourselves. This year, the ICJ reaffirmed what small island developing states have long insisted, that states have clear legal obligations to protect the climate system, guided by the findings of the IPCC as the best available science and the principles of equity and intergenerational justice. The ICJ opinion echoes the IPCC's warnings, reaffirming that 1.5 is the limit of survival in countries like Vanuatu. This reality has mandated Vanuatu to submit one of the world's most ambitious NDC 3.0 commitments. But ambition from vulnerable states is not enough. We need all major emitters to align the NDCs of the 1.5 compatible trajectory and to act with the urgency that the science and now international law demands. Excellencies, climate ambition must be matched with climate finance that is additional to official development assistance, accessible, grant-based, predictable, and equitable. Climate finance is not charity. It is a legal and moral obligation grounded in responsibility and capacity as affirmed by Article 9.1 of the Paris Agreement and further echoed in the ICJ opinion. But for the SIDS, current finance systems are failing. Accessing climate finance requires navigating complex procedures that undermine the very purpose of the support. Our communities cannot wait years for approval while disasters strike every season. Vanuatu welcomes the operation of the Loss and Damage Fund, but its success will depend on real resourcing and rapid disbursement. For Vanuatu, loss and damage is already eroding our livelihoods and territory. We firmly stand with AOSIS in previously made statements that the most vulnerable must be privileged due to our special circumstances. Adaptation alone cannot save us if global emissions continue to rise. The limits of adaptation is already being reached. Mr. President, thank you for confirming that this COP is an implementation COP. Vanuatu is optimistic about the presidency consultations that are taking place in the context of a Mutaro decision. The 2025 NDC synthesis report shows the scale of the task before us. It shows us that while progress has been made, a mitigation ambition gap remains between the 1.5 pathway established in the Paris Agreement and our collective efforts as contained in the new NDCs. The time frame for addressing 1.5 is urgent, and the window for action to keep 1.5 within reach is closing. Mr. President, we strongly support President Lula's call for a roadmap for a just, orderly and equitable transition away from fossil fuels as part of the urgent response to accelerate implementation and alignment of NDCs with the 1.5 limit. We need a clear action plan that focuses on the implementation of GST1 and in particular the GST energy package to find a way to address the current 1.5 overshoot. Together, we can and must deliver a future where no nation is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Meder Mashiev, Minister of Natural Resources, Ecology and Technical Supervision of Kyrgyzstan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Госпожа председатель, уважаемые министры, дамы и господа, позвольте выразить глубокую признательность Бразилии за теплый прием и безупречную организацию юбилейной конференции. COP30 – это момент не только для оценки прогресса, но и для принятия решений, которые определяют траекторию мирового климатического действия в течение десятилетий. Кыргызстан – страна с низким уровнем выбросов, но высокой климатической уязвимостью. Мы стремительно теряем ледники, деградируют пастбища, сокращаются биоразнообразие, увеличиваются засухи и природные катаклизмы. Все это ставит под угрозу экосистемы, продовольственную безопасность, устойчивость водных ресурсов и жизнедеятельность людей. В этом году мы представили обновленный UNFCCC, включающий более высокие цели по сокращению выбросов, развитию возобновляемой энергетики, энергоэффективности, а также адаптации горных экосистем и сообществ. Уважаемые коллеги, климатическая стабильность планеты невозможна без устойчивых гор. Горные регионы обеспечивают пресной водой, продовольственными экосистемными услугами более половины человечества. Их деградация – это вопрос глобальной безопасности, а не локальной проблемы. Мы призываем присоединиться к нашей декларации по изменению климата, горам и ледникам, которая уже получила широкую поддержку. Мы высоко ценим проведенные 17 ноября консультации по горам и изменению климата под руководством президентства COP30 и приветствуем решение провести экспертный диалог по горам и изменению климата в июне 2026 года в Бонне. Это важный шаг к институциональному признанию гор в рамках РКИК ООН. В соответствии с резолюцией Генеральной Ассамблеи ООН о пятилетии действий, Кыргызстан продвигает создание в Бишкеке глобального центра устойчивости горных районов, международной платформы для науки, раннего предупреждения, обмена данными, технологий адаптации и подготовки кадров для горных стран. Мы также готовимся принять глобальный горный саммит Бишкек плюс 25 в 2027 году. Приглашаем государства и международные организации активно участвовать в формировании обновленного глобального мандата по устойчивому развитию гор. Дамы и господа, сегодня Кыргызстан призывает мировое сообщество, первое, признать особую уязвимость горных регионов в международной климатической политике и закрепить ее в будущих решениях КОП. Второе, поддержать создание глобального фонда поддержки горных стран. В этом году мы горных стран. Климат не различает ВВП, он одинаково разрушает слабые и сильные экономики. Уважаемые участники, мы уже вступили в эпоху необратимых изменений в горных экосистемах. Пусть Белем станет точкой, откуда начнется новый этап глобальной климатической справедливости для горных районов. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency, Ms. Indalini Daniel, Minister of Environment and Tourism of Namibia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure and privilege to deliver this statement on behalf of my country, Namibia. The Republic of Namibia would like to thank the government and the people of Brazil for hosting COP30 in this beautiful and ecological significant city of Belem. Namibia also would like to equally thank the Secretariat of UNFCCC for excellent arrangement in hosting COP30. Excellencies, we came here in Belem with a renewed hope of saving the planet from ourselves as its inhabitants. This means that climate change is human-induced, and in return, its catastrophic impact can affect the same human beings. What an irony. Mr. President, through multilateral, a climate-neutral world is feasible and possible. What is lacking is a bold political will to make it happen. For the past 30 years, science has been loud and clear, yet the action on the ground continues to fall short in what science demands for climate-neutral future. As developing countries, we have crafted ambitious NDC that are conditioned on the provision of climate finance, notwithstanding the fact that our economy is already burdened by a high cost of adapting to a problem that we have not contributed, yet those that have caused it are ever shying away from their responsibility. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Climate Convention in Paris Agreement, Kyoto Protocol, and a set of 30 decades of COP decisions are the only instrument we have at our disposal to lead us to a climate-neutral world. For the past 30 years, we have spoken enough and laid down strong foundation to enable us to progressively arrest global warming. By this end, we should have known that what needs to be done, who should do it, and how it should be done or accomplished. Therefore, Namibia would like to remind everyone gathered at this COP that mitigation and adaptation ambitions cannot be realized with empty promises, means of implementing, especially climate finance. Success comes with higher responsibility, trust, and integrity. We therefore call for scaled-up, predictable, accessible, and grant-based climate finance to the vulnerable developing country in line with the principles, provisions of the Climate Convention and the Paris Agreement. Let COP30 be remembered for the generation as a conference where we move from rhetoric talk to implementation, from pledges to real delivery, and from incrementalism, bold action demand by science and climate justice. Namibia remains committed and ready to partner in building climate resilience for future for all. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Serge Wilm, Minister of Environment, Climate and Biodiversity of Luxembourg. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs. J'aimerais tout d'abord remercier la République fédérative du Brésil pour son accueil chaleureux à Belém. Pour le Luxembourg, la COP30 sera un succès si nous parvenons à démontrer que la communauté internationale progresse tant en matière d'ambition que d'action climatique. 10 ans après l'adoption de l'accord de Paris, c'est précisément ce qu'attendent la société civile et les entreprises. Une COP30 qui avance, une COP marquée non pas par des négociations interminables, mais par la détermination de passer à une action collective et concrète. En tout cas, le Luxembourg croit fermement à l'approche multilatérale. Madame la Présidente, permettez-moi d'insister sur 2 aspects en particulier. Tout d'abord, l'ambition. Il est vrai que l'Union européenne a été critiquée ces derniers mois pour avoir tardé à soumettre sa contribution déterminée au niveau national. Cependant, malgré ce retard, la CDN de l'Union européenne est à la hauteur. Elle repose sur un objectif de réduction des émissions de 90% d'ici 2040, en ligne avec la science, condition essentielle à notre crédibilité. Et elle est assortie d'un cadre de mise en œuvre robuste, solidaire et flexible, incluant une sortie d'énergie fossile. Ce sont les arguments scientifiques et économiques qui ont prévalu au sein de l'Union européenne, ainsi que la prise de conscience que toute approche contraire, moins ambitieuse, irait à l'encontre de nos propres intérêts et de ceux de notre économie. Elle nuirait à notre compétitivité et ne profiterait certainement pas à nos citoyens. Le deuxième élément sur lequel je voudrais revenir plus en détail est la solidarité, où le Luxembourg, pour sa part, n'est pas resté en retrait. Avec une enveloppe financière augmentée de 45% à désormais 320 millions d'euros répartis entre 2026 et 2030, à disposition des pays en développement et en particulier des pays les plus vulnérables, le Luxembourg s'est établi en tant que contributeur majeur au financement climatique international. La stratégie afférente, met en œuvre le futur Climate Nexus Investment Programme, recherchera les synergies entre les thématiques du climat, de la biodiversité et de santé. Elle sera composée d'instruments de financement innovants visant à mobiliser des capitaux privés importants avec des fonds publics. Ceci dit, le Luxembourg n'attendra pas l'année prochaine pour soutenir ses partenaires. Je suis fier de pouvoir annoncer plusieurs nouveaux engagements récents, dont une contribution de 5 millions d'euros au Fonds pour l'adaptation, un apport additionnel de 5 millions d'euros au City Climate Finance Gap Fund, plusieurs contributions en lien avec la thématique des pertes et dommages, dont 7 millions d'euros additionnels au Fonds pour la réponse aux pertes et dommages, doublant ainsi presque notre contribution précédente, 5 millions d'euros additionnels à la Global Sheet Financing Facility, 2 millions d'euros additionnels à l'initiative Climate Risk and Early Warning Systems. Je me réjouis également d'annoncer que le Luxembourg, ensemble avec le Global Landscapes Forum, lancera officiellement demain mercredi l'initiative des Rio Changemakers, conçue en tant que partenariat entre les gouvernements, les investisseurs privés et les communautés locales. Cette initiative vise à créer un marché mettant en relation projets, investisseurs et instruments financiers. Pour conclure, Madame la Présidente, la seule voie possible pour l'Europe et pour le monde est celle d'une transition écologique, juste et sociale. Vous pouvez continuer à compter sur le Luxembourg. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency, Ms. Joyelle Clark, Minister of Sustainable Development and Environment, Climate Action, and Constituency Empowerment of St. Kitts and Nevis. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, greetings on behalf of the Prime Minister, government, and people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Shifting geopolitics, increased militarization, volatile global markets, financialization of nature, fossil fuel subsidies, and deprioritization of climate investments threaten our collective goal of 1.5, making SID's presence here at COP30 a matter of survivability. Compounding challenges of climate risk and biodiversity loss are changes that we cannot manage alone. St. Kitts and Nevis's commitment to transition to a sustainable island state by 2040 centers just transition to clean energy in our economic transformation journey. For us, energy security is development security. Regionally, CARICOM and AOSIS have been very clear, and we align our positions with theirs. The special circumstances of SIDS must be maintained, providing $120 billion per year through 2030, primarily through grants-based finance, and the implementation linked through NDCs. It's unfortunate that Category 5 hurricanes like Irma, Maria, Dorian, Beryl, and now Melissa are the new realities of Caribbean SIDS. But there is hope if we work inclusively, collaboratively, and deliver on commitments. We welcome the historic first call of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, and we stand in solidarity with Jamaica, Haiti, Cuba, and other islands as they manage the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Melissa with access to this fund. We thank the UNFCCC for maintaining this space for deliberation. However, all countries and voices must be included. Thus, we champion the meaningful participation of the Republic of China Taiwan in technical, expert, and cooperative mechanisms under the UNFCCC process. Climate change recognizes no borders, and our efforts are strengthened when all are included in the global response. Excellencies, Caribbean SIDS do not lack innovation, imagination, ambition, and political will to act to serve our most vulnerable, women, indigenous, rural, youth, elderly, and persons living with disability. We lack the resources. Let's act together for people and planet, because the cost of inaction is far greater than that of collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Ms. Seymour McConan, State Minister of the Ministry of Planning and Development of Ethiopia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Ethiopia expresses its sincere appreciation to the government and the people of Brazil for their warm hospitality and for hosting COP30 in the heart of Amazon. Excellencies, Africa, including my country, Ethiopia, continue to shoulder the heaviest burden of climate crisis we need later to create. These impacts are no longer distant projections. They are daily realities of our community. Yet Africa is not merely a victim. Africa is the home of climate action. Ethiopia embodies these truths through bold public investment and transformative initiatives. The Green Legacy Initiative, which mobilizes millions of citizens to plant more than 48 billion seedlings in just 7 years, one of the world's largest ecosystem restoration efforts. It has helped raise Ethiopia's forest cover to 24%, by 2030 and a support to our ambition of achieving carbon neutral economy and 30% forest cover by 2030. Our clean energy transition, driven by hydro, geothermal, and wind and solar, places us firmly on the path towards climate resilient green economy. Also, our rapid adaptation of electric mobility, including electric bus, 2 and 3 vehicles, and domestic e-vehicles manufacturing, including electric bus, grows greener and healthier. Our transformative food system agenda that integrates climate-smart agriculture, sustainable livestock management, and an agroecological practice, and urban resilient program, including our integrated green corridor development, expanding green public space, and then climate resilient infrastructure are our multi-sectoral moves towards climate resilient development. Together, these achievements demonstrate that Africa is ready, capable, and determined to lead the world in climate solutions. Excellency, Ethiopia's leadership was showcased during the second African Climate Summit, where the continent united behind climate action, climate finance reform, and then green growth. Our contribution to African Climate Summit reflects its vision for a prosperous and climate resilient Africa. In 2025, Ethiopia proudly submitted its NDC3, one of the most ambitious on the continent, covering mitigation, adaptation, and long-term resilience pathway along with the Paris Agreement. But the truth remains clear. Our ambition is constrained by a significant climate financial gap. Without predictable, accessible, and adequate financial flow, keeping global warming with 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius threshold will not be possible. Africa continues to suffer disproportionately, yet Africa continues to act, to innovate, and to lead. What we ask for is simply fairness, solidarity, and the means to scale up our solution. Ethiopia's decision to host COP32 is a testament to both our bold climate action and our unwavering commitment to global climate leadership, building on momentum of African Climate Summit, and we believe the COP is returning to its right home, Africa, the home of climate action. We stand ready to deliver our inclusive, impactful, and solution-driven COP32, and we extend our heartfelt appreciation to all partners, stakeholders supporting for our candidacy. Let COP30 be remembered as a moment when the world chose cooperation over complacency, action over promise, and justice over delay. Ethiopia stands ready to play its part. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure now to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Elizabeth Thompson, Deputy President of the Senate of Barbados. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Chair, Excellencies, friends, I thank the government of Brazil and the people of Belém for their gracious hospitality. Recently, I came across a deeply provocative poem by famed Brazilian poet Manuel Bandeira, which I'll share with you. Yesterday, I saw an animal on a filthy hallway searching for food between the garbage. When finding anything, it did not inspect or smell, just swallowed with voracity. The animal was not a dog, or a cat, or a rat. The animal, oh my Lord, was a man. This poem about human wretchedness and desperation reminds us that people can be reduced to lives of utter indignity by war, by political failures, by our indifference and our inaction, and by the ravages of a worsening climate crisis. Supporting AOSIS, Barbados is here to stand in solidarity with climate-afflicted people everywhere, with the peoples of Jamaica devastated by Hurricane Melissa, and the Philippines torn by typhoons Kalmeji and Wong. The poet Bandeira powerfully challenges us. We're here not to ensure that we include the brackets which highlight our divisions, but to build the bridges that overstep our differences and offer all people hope and dignity. Barbados therefore makes 5 specific calls. Call 1, fix the finance. The Bridgetown Initiative supplies the roadmap for resilience and reform of the global financial architecture, which will help to stop suffering in the most climate vulnerable countries, small island developing states, least developed countries, and CVFV20 members. Call number 2, fill the fund for responding to loss and damage, which has in its coffers the embarrassing and inadequate sum of $800 million. Melissa's damage to Jamaica alone is estimated at $10 billion, and the need across the globe is in the trillions. Call number 3, save our small island developing states, also known as large ocean states. Despite the United Nations recognition of the special vulnerabilities of SIDS, instruments have been developed to enable countries to leverage their forest cover. It is time that a similar instrument be developed for small island developing states. Call number 4, and I repeat Prime Minister Motley's call to help us stay close to 1.5, not by attacking the agricultural sector, but by asking the oil and gas sector to fix leaks. And finally, call number 5, collaborate through a coalition of the willing, constituted by those among us who believe that climate exists and the green industry is socially, economically, and environmentally beneficial. The world has never been changed by spectators and naysayers. It has been changed by men and women of action. Barbados is here to join with you to take action. I'm obliged.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Andre Diaz Monteiro, Minister of Industry, Trade, and Energy of Cabo Verde. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excelências, Senhor Presidente da COP30, Senhoras e Senhores, é uma honra para Cabo Verde intervir neste segmento de alto nível. Agradecemos ao Brasil pela organização desta COP30, realizada no coração da Amazónia, um símbolo poderoso de que os limites planetários já não permitem hesitações. Cabo Verde associa-se às declarações do Grupo Africano e do G77 e apresenta esta intervenção em capacidade nacional. Como pequeno Estado insular em desenvolvimento, Cabo Verde sente em particular intensidade os impactos da crise climática, pressões severas sobre a segurança hídrica e alimentar, efeitos diretos no turismo e na economia, nas infraestruturas e na resiliência das comunidades. Para nós, esta é uma questão de sobrevivência e de justiça climática. Se quisermos manter viva a meta de 1,5 graus centígrados, temos de corrigir urgentemente o rumo da ação global. Permitam-me destacar algumas prioridades nacionais. Apesar das nossas emissões representarem uma fração mínima do total global, Cabo Verde decidiu alinhar-se com a trajetória de 1,5. A NDC 3.0 compromete-nos a reduzir emissões em pelo menos 18% abaixo do cenário de referência, podendo atingir 39% com apoio internacional. A estratégia de longo prazo projeta um sistema elétrico próximo de 100% renovável em 2040 e neutralidade carbónica em 2050. Estamos a expandir a produção renovável, o armazenamento, a modernização das redes, a eficiência energética, a mobilidade limpa e a economia circular, preservando simultaneamente os nossos ecossistemas como sumidores de carbono. A transição energética e a diversificação económica de Cabo Verde exigem investimentos significativos em energias limpas, indústria sustentável, inovação e transformação digital. O financiamento climático tem de ser previsível, acessível e em escala com a maior proporção de subvenções e termos justos. O novo objetivo quantificado deve refletir as reais necessidades globais e viabilizar parcerias estratégicas que promovam economias verdes e azuis nos países mais vulneráveis. A concretização da nossa ambição depende de meios de implementação efetivamente mobilizados. Os países insulares necessitam de mecanismos rápidos e eficazes para lidar com secas, erosão costeira e eventos extremos cada vez mais intensos. Em Cabo Verde, as chuvas torrenciais da tempestade tropical Erim destruíram infraestruturas, afetaram milhares de pessoas e causaram perdas humanas. Apenas 3 meses depois, novos episódios voltaram a provocar danos significativos. Estes eventos demonstram que a adaptação e perda e danos são questões de segurança humana e desenvolvimento. Saudamos os avanços no Fundo de Perdas e Danos, mas insistimos que a sua operacionalização deve garantir acesso real e célere para países com capacidades institucionais limitadas. Excelências, aqui na Amazônia, onde floresta tropical e oceano se entrelaçam como pulmões do planeta, recordamos que proteger o ecossistema é proteger pessoas. Cabo Verde reafirma o seu compromisso com o multilateralismo, com uma transição justa e com uma ação climática ambiciosa que coloca a justiça climática no centro das decisões da COP. A hora de agir é agora. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Pablo Kartashov, Deputy Minister of Economy, Environment and Agriculture of Ukraine. You have the floor.
Dear Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Ukraine thanks Brazil for hosting COP30. Holding this conference in Belem, where the Amazon and Tapajos rivers meet, reminds us of the power of nature and our shared responsibility to protect it. For almost 4 years, Ukraine has been facing Russia's full-scale invasion. The environment has become one of the silent victims of this aggression. I want to express Ukraine's sincere gratitude to all partners whose solidarity has prevented further global destabilization. Russia's war continues to generate far-reaching consequences for global security, including for climate action. War-related emissions and destruction have become one of the major sources of backsliding on international climate commitments. Russia's aggression is accelerating the triple planetary crisis: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Let me share several figures. Russia's attacks on Ukraine have already generated 237 million tons of CO2 equivalent in additional emissions, causing over $43 billion in climate damages. Since February 2022, we have recorded the burning of 4.1 million tons of petroleum products, 142,600 hectares of forest lost to fire, tens of thousands of tons of pollutants released into water bodies, and at least 75,200 wild animals killed. About 1 million hectares of occupied forests are contaminated with mines and unexploded ordnance. Another 1 million hectares remain under occupation. Ukraine has become one of the most mined countries in the world. We urgently need continued international support to restore this ecosystem safely. Despite the war, Ukraine has not stepped off its climate path. We approved national distributed contribution committing to a 65+% reduction in GHG emissions by 2030. Our 2050 climate neutrality goal is enshrined in national law. We submitted our first biennial transparency report. We are updating our long-term low emission development strategy. At home, we are rebuilding a cleaner, more resilient energy system, expanding renewables, reinforcing grids, scaling storage, improving efficiency, reforming district heating, and protecting critical infrastructure under constant attacks. We are grateful to partners whose emergency and long-term assistance keeps Ukrainians warm and safe. Colleagues, defending Ukraine and defending the climate are inseparable. Ending Russia's war is the fastest way to stop these emissions. We call on parties, businesses and financial institutions to end imports of Russian fossil fuels and close loopholes that finance aggression. We urge the international community to ensure accountability for attacks on energy and environmental assets. Ukraine will continue to deliver on transparency, mitigation, adaptation and integrity. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Ahmed Aboutaneh, Deputy Minister of Environment, Quality Authority of the State of Palestine. Deputy Minister, you have the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة الحضور محفوظ الألقاب، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اسمحوا لي في البداية أن أتقدم بالتهنئة إلى قيادة وشعب جمهورية البرازيل الاتحادية الصديقة بأحر التهاني على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر في مدينة بلم، والتي اسمها بالمناسبة هو الاسم البرتغالي لمدينة بيت لحم في بلدنا فلسطين حيث مهد المسيح. إن انعقاد هذه القمة على بوابات غابات الأمازون التي تعتبر رئة العالم هو إشارة واضحة لمدى جدية المخاطر التي تحدق بالبشرية إن هي أهملت العمل الجماعي والمشترك لضبط تغير المناخ والتكيف مع آثاره. السيدات والسادة الحضور، إن دولة فلسطين تشارك في هذا المؤتمر بعد عامين من حرب الإبادة الجماعية والبيئية التي فرضت علينا وما نتج عنها من تدمير ممنهج تعرض له قطاع غزة الجزء الثاني من وطننا، حيث تم تدمير نحو 85% من الأراضي الزراعية وتسوية معظم المباني بالأرض، مما أنتج أكثر من 60 مليون طن من الركام مختلطة بالنفايات الخطرة والمواد الكيماوية والبقايا البشرية والمواد غير المتفجرة، وتدميرا للبنية التحتية والمستشفيات والمدارس والجامعات، وتدهور البيئة البحرية والساحل، إضافة إلى انبعاث كميات ضخمة من غازات الدفيئة والتي تؤثر على العالم بأسره وليس على فلسطين وحدها. وفي الضفة الغربية تواصل دولة الاحتلال تقطيع أوصال الأرض الفلسطينية من خلال توسيع وزيادة المستعمرات غير الشرعية ونصب الحواجز على مداخل المدن والبلدات، مسببا مزيدا من الانبعاثات ومصادرة الأراضي وتحويل معيشة المواطنين أصحاب الأرض إلى جحيم، هادفا إلى تقويض السلام وتهجير السكان وإنهاء أحد الدولتين. إن قرار دولة فلسطين هو الصمود بوجه الاحتلال وبوجه تغير المناخ، والصمود على الأرض والتمسك بها رغم كل التحديات التي نواجهها. الصمود هو رسالة فلسطين للعالم في وجه التحديات المناخية، فالعالم حتى الآن لا يعمل ما هو مطلوب منه لتقليل الانبعاثات ولتحقيق أهداف اتفاقية باريس التي أجمعت عليها معظم دول العالم. السيدات والسادة الحضور، إن دولة فلسطين تؤمن بالمسؤولية الجماعية ولكن المتباينة لمواجهة التغير المناخي، حيث تعمل فلسطين حالياً على تحديث تقرير المساهمات المحددة وطنياً الثالث، والذي سنحاول أن يكون طموحاً ما أمكن مشروطاً بتوفر التمويل. كما نعمل بشكل جاد على تطوير المنظومة التشريعية البيئية، وخاصة فيما يتعلق بالبناء المؤسساتي وتوطين العمل المناخي. وتم إعداد الاستراتيجية الوطنية العبر القطاعية للبيئة والاستراتيجية الوطنية للتنوع الحيوي. إن دولة فلسطين ملتزمة أيضاً بالعمل ضمن المنظومة الأممية في إطار الاتفاقية الإطارية واتفاق باريس رغم التحديات الجسيمة التي نتعرض لها، وخاصة بعد توقف حرب الإبادة والحاجة الملحة لبدء عمليات الإغاثة وإعادة الإعمار. وفي هذا السياق فإن الحكومة الفلسطينية ستعمل بأقصى جهدها لضمان أن تكون عمليات إعادة الإعمار تنتج الحد الأدنى من الانبعاثات. وختاما، وكون هذا المؤتمر هو مؤتمر التنفيذ ومؤتمر الحقيقة، فإننا نتطلع إلى ضرورة رؤية التنفيذ والحقيقة على أرض الواقع، وندعوكم إلى تكثيف الدعم وتوفير التمويل لإعادة الإعمار وبناء ما دمرته حرب الإبادة حتى يتمكن أطفالنا من العيش في بيئة سليمة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Edwin Josué Castellano Lopez, Vice Minister of Natural Resources and Climate Change of Guatemala. You have the floor.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Excelencias, distinguidos delegados. Para Guatemala es un honor tomar la palabra en este momento crucial para nuestro compromiso compartido de enfrentar esta crisis climática. Nos reunimos en Belém conscientes de que las decisiones que adoptemos esta semana definirán el futuro de nuestro planeta y de las generaciones venideras. Al conmemorar el 10º aniversario del Acuerdo de París, Guatemala reafirma su compromiso inquebrantable con dicho acuerdo, con la Agenda 2030 para el Desarrollo Sostenible y con los principios fundamentales del multilateralismo, especialmente con el concepto de responsabilidades comunes pero diferenciadas y capacidades respectivas. A pesar de los avances del Acuerdo de París, las emisiones globales siguen aumentando y el planeta continúa calentándose peligrosamente. La ciencia es inequívoca. El cambio climático es real. Está causado por la actividad humana y sus impactos se intensifican en todas las regiones del planeta. Ante esta realidad, no actuar no es una opción. La acción decidida y la cooperación de todos los países son un imperativo moral, político y generacional. Aunque Guatemala aporta únicamente el 0.11% de las emisiones globales, nuestra población ya enfrenta los impactos devastadores del cambio climático expresado en sequías recurrentes, inundaciones, incendios forestales, inseguridad alimentaria, y todos estos eventos afectan de manera desproporcionada a mujeres, niños, pueblos indígenas y comunidades rurales. Guatemala avanza con iniciativas concretas para reducir sus emisiones. Más de 2/3 de nuestra matriz energética proviene de energías renovables y estamos ahora adoptando una estrategia nacional para recuperar y proteger los bosques, con la meta de lograr la deforestación neta de 0 para el 2027. Habiendo ya reducido nuestra deforestación en 75% durante las últimas 2 décadas. Hemos puesto en marcha el Fondo Nacional para el Cambio Climático con fondos internos, destinando el 80% de sus recursos a la adaptación. Guatemala continúa fortaleciendo su arquitectura financiera, aumentando su preparación para acceder a financiamiento bilateral y multilateral. Pero, excelencias, nuestro esfuerzo nacional no compensa el déficit global de acción climática. Por ello, Guatemala reitera su solicitud de un financiamiento climático accesible, que no nos haga esperar valiosos años antes de recibirlo, que evite mecanismos administrativos engorrosos y que no incremente la carga de la deuda de los países en desarrollo. Instamos a toda la comunidad internacional a avanzar con claridad y ambición en el diseño y puesta en marcha del nuevo objetivo colectivo cuantificado de financiamiento climático, movilizando al menos 1.3 billones de dólares anuales, provenientes de múltiples fuentes. En este contexto, Guatemala reconoce las valiosas contribuciones de socios cooperantes como el Gobierno de Taiwán, cuyo valioso liderazgo en fijación de precios al carbono, reducción de emisiones y planes de adaptación demuestran un compromiso sólido con las metas de neutralidad climática. Excelencias, para Guatemala fortalecer la resiliencia no es solo una prioridad, es un imperativo existencial. Estamos comprometidos a hacer nuestra parte, pero necesitamos una arquitectura financiera internacional capaz de responder a la verdadera magnitud de esta crisis y la reducción drástica de emisiones de gases contaminantes cuanto antes. Actuemos con la urgencia, la solidaridad y la convicción que exige este momento. El momento es ahora. La acción climática no puede esperar. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Romina Caminada Vallejo, Vice Minister of Strategic Development of Natural Resources of Peru. Madam, you have the floor.
Excelentísimos jefes de delegación, señoras y señores, recordemos que la estabilidad del sistema terrestre ha permitido a la humanidad desarrollarse hasta convertirse en la sociedad en que hoy vivimos. Y son nuestras decisiones que hoy ponen en riesgo la estabilidad del planeta. El Perú, país andino amazónico y con el 60% de su territorio cubierto de bosques tropicales, es uno de los países más vulnerables. el cambio climático, más el 70% de su población vive en zonas expuestas a peligros climáticos y en los últimos 50 años hemos perdido más del 50% de nuestros glaciales tropicales. No podemos seguir adoptando medidas procedimentales. En esta COP de la confianza, en esta COP de la adaptación, el paquete de decisiones de Belém debe ser robusto, coherente con la ciencia y con los resultados del primer balance mundial y debe reconocer e impulsar el financiamiento climático para acelerar la implementación de las NDCs. Señoras y señores, el Perú llega al corazón de la Amazonía brasileña, con una NDC 3.0 que recoge las voces de nuestros pueblos indígenas, la sociedad civil, la academia, grupo de mujeres, sector privado, sector público, entre otros actores. La NDC 3.0 profundiza las acciones de adaptación y mitigación, integra la biodiversidad, la lucha contra la desertificación, la degradación de tierras como parte esencial de la gestión sostenible de los ecosistemas. En mitigación, nuestra meta absoluta es no exceder al 2035 los 179 millones de toneladas de CO2 equivalente. Esta meta se acompaña de 7 objetivos sectoriales de descarbonización. En adaptación, hemos incorporado las migraciones por el clima y la promoción de empleos verdes en nuestra visión de fortalecer nuestra resiliencia. Contamos con 14 compromisos en adaptación. En pérdidas y daños, al 2030, contaremos con una hoja de ruta nacional para la gestión de pérdidas y daños asociados al cambio climático y al 2035 se estará implementando los resultados medibles. Para el 2035 nuestro sistema de monitoreo de las medidas de adaptación y mitigación estará en operación y darán resultados, permitiendo mejorar el ciclo de gestión de datos climáticos, generando información de alta calidad para los tomadores de decisiones y disponibilidad para la ciudadanía. Señores, señoras, impulsamos el Programa Nacional Red Más y el Programa Red Más Indígena Jurisdiccional, que responde a la conservación de cerca de 7 millones de hectáreas amazónicas. En esta COP amazónica, hoy lanzaremos el paquete país, el Country Package, una propuesta integral para movilizar recursos hacia nuestra Amazonía. Finalmente, aunque el Perú aporta menos del 0.5% de emisiones globales, financiamos parte de esta agenda climática con recursos propios y endeudamiento. Nuestra estrategia de financiamiento climático identifica los recursos necesarios alrededor de 50.000 millones de dólares al 2030 y busca alinear acción climática con la planificación fiscal. Estamos cumpliendo, estamos invirtiendo, estamos poniendo soluciones para sostener el 1.5 centígrados, para asegurar la supervivencia y bienestar de las presentes y futuras generaciones, pero no podemos hacerlo solos. Es imperativo que los países desarrollados asuman con responsabilidad sus partes, intensifiquen sus compromisos financieros y contribuyan a urgencia a esta causa del planeta. El tiempo se agota y la acción debe ser conjunta. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Viceministra. It is my pleasure to welcome now Mr. Huang Tiong-Si, Deputy Minister of Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability of Malaysia. You have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, 30 years ago, at the Rio Earth Summit, the UNFCCC was established. Now, on the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, located in the heart of the Amazon, a region that symbolizes both the agency and the hope to safeguard our planet's future. As the chair of the ASEAN 2025, Malaysia carries the hope of close to 700 million people of the ASEAN wanting to be part of the sustainable world for all. Under the theme Inclusivity and Sustainability, the ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change to COP30 called on developed countries to deliver and the means implementation to developing countries and to support multilateral climate goals and global climate cooperations. At this COP, Malaysia supports the presidency call for global mobilization, a global multi-role of governments, cities, indigenous people, businesses, and civil society working together for implementation, innovation, and justice. Malaysia also reaffirmed its full commitment to the Paris Agreement and the UNFCCC. In 2024, we submitted our first PTR and are currently undergoing the technical aspect review process. We submitted our NTC 3.0 on 24th October 2025, aiming to peak GHG emission between 2029 and 2034 and reduce absolute 15 to 30 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent for that peaking year. Up to 20 million tons for reduction is expected to come from domestic effort. A further 10 million tons reduction will depend on the enhanced international support in the form of financial assistance, technology transfer, and capacity building. Domestically, Malaysia is embedding climate resilient, low carbon transition, and nature-based solutions into our development agenda. We are expanding renewable energy, exploring nuclear as a low carbon option, promoting CCUS, and enhancing sustainable fuels, such as hydrogen and biofuels. We will be introducing a carbon tax for the iron, steel, and energy sector in 2026. This effort aligns with our key policies such as the National Energy Transition Roadmap, New Industrial Master Plan 2030, and long-term low emission development strategies. Malaysia's commitment to tackling the climate crisis has been well articulated in the National Climate Change Bill, a legal instrument that promotes climate governance, transparency, and accountability. It will chart our pathway toward net zero by 2050 through alliance, economic reform, social inclusion, environmental protection, and climate action. At this scope, Malaysia recognizes the agency of several core themes. First, adaptation and resilience. Second, forest, ocean, and biodiversity. Third, inclusion, justice, and social dimensions. Fourth, implementation and innovation. Mr. President, the work gathered here in the Amazon are not only to bear witness, but also to act boldly, inclusively, and justly. Malaysia stands ready to work together with all parties gathered here in Belém by responding to the agency through accelerated implementation and international cooperation. Together, we should close the emission gap and keep the 1.5 degrees Celsius alive. Thank you. Terima kasih. Obrigado.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Tan Le Kong, Vice Minister of Agriculture and Environment of Vietnam. You have the floor.
Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Vietnam delegation, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the government and people of Brazil and the city of Belém for their hospitality and effort to organize COP30. Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, COP30 is taking place in context where humanity is enduring increasingly extreme and unpredictable climate change, causing dangerous, severe impact. To realize this goal set out in the Paris Agreement, we need unity in perception and action. We must uphold multilateralism and strongly promote the spirit of solidarity and cooperation among all nations and peoples based on the principle of common but differentiated responsibility and respective capability. In this spirit, Vietnam proposed the following key points. First, developed countries with financial, scientific, and technological capabilities must fully fulfill their responsibilities and make stronger commitment on GHG emission reduction. Second, developed nations need to fulfill, implement financial commitment to take lead in mobilizing at least $300 billion annually and working toward the $1.3 trillion per year roadmap to support developing countries. Especially, there is an urgent need to balance financial resources allocated for adaptation and mitigation and to increase significantly grant and concessional loan. Accordingly, finance for adaptation must reach at least 50% of the total climate finance. Third, there is an urgent need to expand and finalize the implementation of the Early Warning for All initiative to protect lives and access of people from increasingly severe climate disaster. Finally, the role of the United Nations must be further promoted in establishing and enhancing effectiveness of the global governance system and strengthening cooperation among countries to address non-traditional security challenges, including climate challenges. As one of the developing countries most severely affected by global climate change, Vietnam has seriously implemented its international commitment on climate change adaptation and mitigation. Vietnam is continually improving its institutions and policies, gradually creating a consistent and synchronized legal framework for climate change adaptation and mitigation, just energy transition, a new groundbreaking mechanism to promote green transition, carbon neutral development. We are currently developing and piloting a domestic carbon market alongside the allocation of greenhouse gas emission for major emitters in the thermal power, cement, and steel sector. Only with a stronger spirit of cooperation and greater determination to act can creative, comprehensive, and equitable global climate action in Belém. I thank you.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Helena Dirsen, Deputy Minister of Climate and Environment of Sweden. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you. Excellencies, colleagues, as we all know, the impacts of climate change are increasingly evident across the globe. It's up to us to respond. This year's NDCs provide an excellent platform for the response. Taken together, they show us how we have come in limiting the temperature rise to 1.5 degrees. They also show us that we collectively need to do more, primarily the G20 countries, which account for 80% of the global emissions. From a Swedish perspective, we believe the NDCs also provide a platform for development pathways, highlighting the solution we will deploy not only to limit temperature rise and strengthen resilience, but also to build a growing economies for the future. The Swedish message has constantly been urgency and opportunity. Urgency based on what science tells us. Opportunity based on the economic growth, jobs, and strengthened competitiveness that climate transition brings. Sweden has reduced its emissions by 33% since 1990, while at the same time having grown its GDP per capita by 58%. This, for Sweden, climate action and strengthened competitiveness goes hand by hand. I'm proud to see the engagement from Swedish business sector and actors and the innovative solutions they bring to the table. Now, it's up to all of us to put in place the policies that stimulate demand for the solutions we know are available. And we can set the bar high because the science is clear. The solutions exist and are within our reach. Sweden has a long and proud history of innovation. From being a poor agricultural society, Sweden grew into one of the world's most competitive and forward-thinking economies. It's also on the Swedish basis, on that Swedish basis, its climate diplomacy is built around the three pillars: policy, finance, and technology. We work with partners to advance ambitious climate policies under the Paris Agreement, including carbon pricing. Businesses constantly call for these measures, which is not only an effective tool for reducing emissions, but also a source of revenue. Also, I want to highlight sustainable circular bioeconomy and mitigation by substituting fossil-based options in other sectors. This boosts local and regional livelihoods as well as security of supply. Let me also underline the importance of gender equality in an effective climate action. For the second pillar, finance, we encourage the mobilization of finance by embedding climate actions within national budget and planning processes. In 1924, Sweden's international climate finance amounted to $1.1 billion. This year, we are also proud to serve as co-chair of the Green Climate Fund. Third pillar, technology. We highlight the solution that, in our cases, business can really provide all across the world. We will continue working with the Brazilian presidency and all parties to ensure a negotiated outcome of COP30 that sets the direction of accelerating implementation of all the NDC. We call for a process within UNFCCC and strengthens collaboration. We look forward to working with all of you to harness the benefits of green transition, seizing opportunity and responding to the urgency of the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Nascimento da Costa Alexander Soares, Secretary of State for Climate Action and Sustainable Development of Angola. Mr. You have the floor.
Senhora Presidente da COP30, Excelências, Ministros e chefes de delegações, Excelências, senhores e minhas senhoras, em nome do Governo da República de Angola, gostaríamos de saudar o Governo da República Federativa do Brasil e a Presidência da COP30 pela hospitalidade e liderança exemplar na organização deste evento. É uma grande honra me dirigir ao segmento ministerial da COP30. Esta conferência acontece num momento decisivo. O mundo precisa transformar compromissos em ação e ações em resultados concretos para as comunidades mais vulneráveis. Sob a liderança de Sua Excelência João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, Presidente da República de Angola e Presidente em exercício da União Africana, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a transição climática justa, inclusiva e resiliente. Angola iniciou já a implementação do seu NDC 3.0, alinhado à mitigação, à adaptação, à biodiversidade, à energia limpa, à gestão sustentável das florestas, com enfoque numa economia de baixo carbono e à proteção das populações mais afetadas pelos impactos das alterações climáticas. Avançamos também com a elaboração do primeiro Plano Nacional de Adaptação às Alterações Climáticas, reforçando, sobretudo, a gestão dos riscos climáticos, sistemas de alerta precoce e resiliência hídrica. Aliados a esses esforços, tem estado a ser reforçado um quadro regulatório ambiental, a implementação de um sistema de MRV com preparação de instrumentos estratégicos que irão facilitar o acesso a mecanismos financeiros climáticos, incluindo a operacionalização do mercado de carbono, hidrogênio verde e soluções baseadas na natureza. Excelências, permitam-nos ser claros, a África não pode ser deixada para trás, pois o sucesso global depende de um novo paradigma de financiamento que seja previsível, acessível e capaz de responder às necessidades reais de adaptação, perdas e danos e, portanto, precisamos transformar promessas em fluxos financeiros efetivos. Angola defende a operacionalização plena do Fundo de Perdas e Danos, a aceleração do compromisso financeiro para a adaptação, o reforço da arquitetura global de financiamento climático, integrando o papel dos bancos regionais africanos. Forte colaboração para tecnologias limpas, energias renováveis e economia azul. Em Belém, Angola traz uma mensagem simples: não há desenvolvimento sem resiliência climática e não há resiliência climática sem uma justiça climática. Auguramos, pois, que a COP30 seja um marco histórico que viabiliza a implementação efetiva da Agenda 30, colocando o ser humano e a sustentabilidade como prioridades nos centros das decisões, e aproveitamos para reafirmar o nosso compromisso em trabalhar com todos para garantir que a COP30 deixa um legado às pessoas e ao planeta. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Atanas Kostadinov, Deputy Minister of Environment and Water of Bulgaria. Minister, you have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, let me begin by thanking Brazil for hosting COP30 here in Belém, a city that reminds us both the urgency of the climate crisis and the power of nature that we must protect. The world today is in a real battle, a battle between the fast-moving changes in our climate and our old traditional ways of thinking and acting. Climate impacts are accelerating, but many of our systems and habits still belong to another time. The clash shows us that we must adapt faster and rethink how we respond. For Bulgaria, climate change is already a lived reality. We have experienced severe floods, drought, storms and wildfires in recent years. These events have tested our resilience, challenged our communities and reaffirmed the scientific imperative to keep 1.5 within reach. This goal remains essential for safeguarding our shared future. We stand firmly with the European Union's collective effort grounded in scientific-based policy making. In 2023, Bulgaria's greenhouse gas emissions decreased by more than 60% compared with our base year. Emissions in 2023 decreased with more than 22% in comparison with the emissions from the previous year. At the same time, we need to recognize Europe's diversity. Member states have different economic structures and different capabilities. Yet, despite these differences, the EU has managed to build the world's most ambitious climate policy, prove that shared ambition is possible when countries work together. As we enter to the high-level segment of COP30, allow me to highlight three key messages. First, accelerating global ambition is essential to keep 1.5 alive. Second, we need stronger ambition on adaptation. Third, unity built on diversity is our strongest asset. The EU's experience demonstrates that unity does not require uniformity, and that shared ambition is possible even when the national circumstances differ. Let us bring the same spirit to the global stage, dear colleagues. When we bring our strengths together, align our efforts, and support each other, we multiply our impact and become far better equipped to face a challenge as immense as climate change. In conclusion, distinguished delegates, we are all children of the Mother Nature, and all of us are vulnerable. But we cannot face this crisis by acting as children. We must act with maturity and responsibility. Bulgaria, as a European nation, extends its hand that we can move forward together. The time for preparation is over. The time for implementation has come. Let COP30 be the moment when determination replaces hesitations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Paula Povalo Mao, Chief Secretary and Secretary to Cabinet at the Prime Minister's Office of Tonga. You have the floor.
Presidents, Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Malolele, and I bring warm greetings to you all from the friendly islands of the Kingdom of Tonga. President, I'm honored to congratulate you on your assumption of the presidency for this 30th COP. My delegation assures you of our unwavering support as you lead us during this significant global climate summit. Allow me to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Brazil and the people of Belém for their generous hospitality, and also thanking the UNFCCC Secretariat for their tireless and continuous efforts in organizing this vital climate conference. President, climate change remains the most essential threat to Tonga. The scientific consensus is clear. Human activities has driven significant rise in greenhouse gas concentrations. The consequences of continued emissions are severe and alarming. Despite our best efforts, the 2025 NGC synthesis report and the UNF emissions cap report paint a sobering and troubling picture. The world remains off track to meet the Paris Agreement goals and to keep the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit within a limit. We must accelerate the phase down of unabated coal use and phase out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. Achieving net zero emissions by 2050 is critical. Science shows that climate change threatens Tonga's land, ocean, and marine resources and are vital to livelihood, survival, and sustainable development. Tonga has seen increasingly cyclone intensity and sea level rise, rising 7.3 millimeters per year, surpassing the global average, causing coastal erosion, flooding, and loss of infrastructure and habitats. Saltwater intrusion is harming groundwater, increasing soil salinity, and reducing agricultural productivity. Rising ocean temperatures have caused widespread coral bleaching and a decline in marine biodiversity. Tonga, an eligible greenhouse emitter, remains committed to its climate frameworks, NDC 3, 10 plus, 2022-2035, LT-LEDs by 2050, and Tonga's NEP by 2028. This will be achieved through 70% renewable electricity and strengthen its electricity efficiency, along with IPPU adaptation and loss and damage targets, marking a crucial step in enhancing resilience. Tonga reiterates the critical importance of timely and adequate climate finance to implement mitigation adaptation measures. Securing such finance is a top priority. Without it, strategic actions cannot be realized. We continue to call on developed countries to honor their long-standing commitments to provide predictable scale-up finance to support Tonga. Actions under the Paris Agreement must align with Sendai Framework, SDGs, ABAS, and Kigali amendments to coherent and effective implementation. Tonga fully supports Australia's bid to co-host COP31 as the Pacific COP, providing a platform to Pacific states to amplify solutions. In closing, we hope that COP30 fosters genuine partnership, cooperations, and ensures all voices are heard in achieving the various goals. The decisions and choices we make today will shape the future of our country, our generation, and those to come. I thank you.
Thank you. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Abubakar Ben Mahamoud, Minister of Environment and Tourism of Comoros. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Mesdames et Messieurs, les chefs de délégation, distingués délégués, honorables assistance, c'est un grand honneur pour moi de prendre la parole devant cette Assemblée au nom de l'Union des Comores, en ces lieux, l'Amazonie, symbole planétaire de résilience climatique. Je tiens à remercier chaleureusement notre ami le Président Lula da Silva et le peuple brésilien pour l'accueil chaleureux et l'organisation de cette COP historique dans une région aussi vitale pour l'équilibre climatique mondial. Honorable assistance, Mesdames et Messieurs, nous nous réunissons ici aujourd'hui alors que le monde traverse une crise climatique sans précédent. La science est formelle, le réchauffement atteint déjà 1,2 degrés Celsius et nous nous dirigeons vers plus 2,7 degrés Celsius d'ici la fin du siècle si nous ne changeons pas de cap. Chaque dixième de degré supplémentaire aggrave les risques. À plus 2 degrés Celsius, c'est la disparition de 99% des récifs coralliens et le déplacement forcé de plus d'1 milliard de personnes d'ici 2050. Les pays en développement qui contribuent le moins aux émissions mondiales en supportent le poids le plus lourd. Dans mon pays, l'Union des Comores, un État insulaire au cœur de l'océan Indien, le changement climatique est une réalité. Ce n'est pas une abstraction pour nous, c'est une menace existentielle. Plus de 60% de notre population vivant sur le littoral est directement menacée par la montée des eaux, l'érosion côtière grignote nos terres et les cyclones s'intensifient. En 2019, le cyclone Kenneth a affecté 345 000 personnes et a causé des dégâts estimés à 185 millions de dollars, soit 16% de notre PIB. C'est pourquoi, au nom de l'Alliance des petits États insulaires en développement, je réitère l'urgence de reconnaître et de mettre en œuvre le principe de circonstances particulières des PEID. Ce principe doit guider l'action climatique internationale, conformément aux responsabilités communes mais différenciées et aux capacités respectives. Institutionnaliser ce principe dans les procédures, les financements et les mécanismes de décision afin de garantir notre participation pleine et entière aux instances internationales. Sans cela, l'équité et l'égalité souveraine des PEID resteront des principes vides de sens. Honorable assistance, mesdames et messieurs, le Global Stake doit être un tournant. Les CDN actuels ne couvrent que 30% des réductions nécessaires pour rester sous la barre des 1,5 degrés Celsius. Nous devons collectivement adopter une feuille de route accélérée avec des objectifs clairs. Mettre fin à la déforestation d'ici 2030, tripler les capacités en énergie renouvelable d'ici 2035, doubler le financement de l'adaptation avant 2030. Ces engagements sont le seuil de crédibilité de notre action commune. Les promesses de financement doivent être tenues. Les 300 milliards de dollars par an promis à la COP29 doivent être débloqués et le nouveau cadre collectif quantifié doit refléter les besoins réels, plus de 1 300 milliards de dollars par an d'ici 2035 pour les pays en développement. Nous avons besoin de procédures adaptées et de critères d'éligibilité spécifiques et de financements non générateurs de dettes. Protéger les écosystèmes naturels, forêts, mangroves, récifs est essentiel. L'Amazonie stocke à elle seule 1 500 milliards de tonnes de carbone. Les mangroves comoriennes en séquestrent 4 fois plus d'hectares par hectare que les forêts tropicales. Ces écosystèmes sont nos alliés, leurs gardiens, les populations locales et autochtones doivent être associées. Enfin, nous devons investir dans la jeunesse, la science et l'innovation. Aujourd'hui, moins de 2% de la finance climatique est dédiée à l'éducation et à la formation. En Afrique, 60% de la population a moins de 25 ans. C'est un potentiel immense pour une transition juste et durable. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Marina Silva, Minister of Environment and Climate Change of Brazil. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excelências, distintas ministras e ministros, senhoras e senhores, bom dia. Primeiramente, quero começar agradecendo aos povos amazônicos que, com generosidade, recebem o mundo nessa COP30. Reunir-nos em Belém impõe uma responsabilidade maior. As decisões aqui tomadas precisam estar à altura da urgência climática e da grandeza do território que nos acolhe. A emergência climática já transforma vidas, economias e ecossistemas. A adaptação precisa estar no centro da resposta global. Proteger pessoas e territórios, terrestres e marítimos, depende de instrumentos concretos para medir progresso, orientar políticas e reduzir vulnerabilidades. Por isso, é fundamental que essa COP30 saia com os indicadores globais de adaptação finalmente aprovados. A ciência é inequívoca. Para manter o aumento máximo da temperatura em 1,5 graus, precisamos de ação rápida, ambição reforçada e implementação acelerada de nossas NDCs. Países desenvolvidos com maior responsabilidade histórica e mais recursos devem agir mais e mais rápido. Países em desenvolvimento também precisam estar comprometidos com acesso efetivo aos meios de implementação em plena coerência com seus objetivos de desenvolvimento sustentável e redução das desigualdades. Essa é a essência de uma transição justa, proteger pessoas, fortalecer resiliência e orientar decisões pela ciência, tanto a ciência moderna quanto a ciência dos conhecimentos dos povos originários. Na abertura desta COP, o presidente Lula foi categórico. Precisamos de mapa do caminho para, de forma justa e planejada, reverter o desmatamento e superar progressivamente a dependência dos combustíveis fósseis, mobilizando os recursos necessários. Essa é a clareza que precisamos ter agora. Senhoras e senhores, não há resposta única ou universais para o enfrentamento do desafio que está diante de nós. É necessário diálogo estruturado, troca de experiência e estratégia de longo prazo, contemplando países produtores e países consumidores de combustíveis fósseis. Precisamos planejar o caminho e garantir os recursos financeiros e suporte técnico para reduzir a alta dependência desses combustíveis fósseis para a geração de emprego e segurança energética em várias partes do mundo, sobretudo nos países em desenvolvimento. Nesse processo deve caminhar de forma concomitante mapas do caminho para o fim do desmatamento, igualmente determinados por cada país, com cooperação, financiamento e pleno respeito aos povos indígenas e comunidades locais. Se a Estrela do Norte sempre guiou navegantes em busca de direção segura e o Cruzeiro do Sul sempre orientou povos que cruzaram oceanos em busca de novos mundos, que agora ambas as constelações nos ajudem a guiar a humanidade rumo a um novo e seguro ciclo de prosperidade, de paz entre os povos e com a natureza. Muito obrigada.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Lars Aagaard, Minister of Climate, Energy and Utilities of Denmark. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, esteemed colleagues, 10 years ago we signed the Paris Agreement, and what a victory that was. And what a victory it was that it was not a conclusion, it was a job description. A lot has been done since then. Temperature projection has improved, but we are still not on track, and the consequences will be severe. Denmark will stay committed to climate action. We already have an ambitious target of 70% reduction towards 2030 and a climate neutrality target by 2045. I'm proud here today to announce that my government will set a new reduction target for 2035 at least 82% compared to 1990 level. With this list, we see it so that we have the most ambitious range of targets of any developed countries in the world so far, and we challenge others to follow our example. Please match us. Denmark will continue to show that ambitious climate action can go hand in hand with a competitive economy and strong social cohesion. Denmark will also continue to provide and mobilize finance for the countries who needs it the most. We stand firm on our promise to meet the development assistance goals, 7.7% of DNI, of which we earmark 30% for climate. Of these 30%, 60% is prioritized for adaptation projects. We all know that public money will not be enough. We need to mobilize more private capital. And that is why Denmark plans to expand our development guarantee instrument from $30 million to now $1.8 billion by 2030. This is expected to mobilize over $4 billion in private capital for sustainable and green investments, with at least half for green transition and climate resilience. Climate change is a global challenge, likely the biggest of humanity. Our response must match that. That is the only forward for a safer world for all of us. Lastly, allow me to share a few words on behalf of the Faroe Islands and Greenland. The Faroe Islands urge all countries to reduce emissions and strengthen sustainable management of ecosystem. Coastal nations must protect the oceans from degradation and threats that not only harms coastal communities but also intensifies the impact of climate change for everyone. In Greenland, the Inuit, the indigenous majority, live where climate change is a reality. They see nature not as a resource but a relation. Honoring these bonds brings enduring hope. Thank you very much.
It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Aisha Umera Moriani, who is Secretary, the Ministry of Climate Change and Environmental Coordination of Pakistan. Madam, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, first of all, I would like to show gratitude to the government and the people of Brazil for hosting us in Belem for this COP. We meet here at a moment of grave contradiction. We celebrate 10 years of the Paris Agreement, yet the first week of negotiation has revealed a crisis of implementation and a retreat from the very commitments that define this agreement. My country knows this contradiction all too well. Pakistan is a low emitter, responsible for less than 1% of global emissions, yet we are one of the most climate vulnerable nations on earth. In 2022, a super flood submerged a third of our country, affecting 33 million people and causing over $30 billion in losses and damages. This year, in 2025, we faced yet another devastating flood season. The economic and non-economic losses are crippling. Yet in the face of these devastations, Pakistan stands committed. We have enacted a Climate Change Act through our parliament, embedded the right to a clean environment in our constitution, and delivered a robust, nationally determined contribution with ambitious targets for 2035. And Pakistan was among the first 50 countries who submitted their NDC despite facing harsh conditions. And out of this 50%, 17% will be implemented through our own national contribution. But for the 33%, which is conditional implementation, we are looking for climate finance. And I would like to highlight the fact that what we achieved and got the promises in Baku, the shift from 100 billion to 300 billion and 1.3 trillion by 2035 is still far from reality. There is no operational mechanism to make this happen. So climate finance is not a charity. It is climate justice. And we hope that this COP will provide solutions to us. In the discussion on response measures and unilateral trade measures, greater international cooperation and capacity building is required. But what we see is unraveling of the progress that we made in Baku. On adaptation, we are crafting a framework of empty promises. The text for the global goal on adaptation is a disjointed, heavily bracketed text. I would like to refer to what the Brazilian Minister for Environment said, that adaptation has to be right at the forefront, because we cannot just rely on knowledge tools. Yes, those are very important, and we do need indicators, but we have to see adaptation with compassion. Public finance has to be at the forefront, and we hope that COP at Amazon will be remembered not for procedural paralysis, but for rebuilding trust and reinvigorating our commitment to climate justice. Let us match the ambition of vulnerable nations with the action and support they were promised. Thank you.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Josephine Moot, Permanent Representative of Kiribati. Madam, you have the floor.
On behalf of the government of the people of Kiribati, I extend our warm traditional greetings. Madam President, we commend your leadership and the enduring spirit of Mosiro, bringing the world together here in Belém, a city that embodies both the profound beauty of nature and the agency of protecting it. We mark the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement here in Belém. We must show the world that multilateralism is alive and strong, and that the 1.5 degrees Celsius target remains the unshakable moral and scientific compass of our time. The latest IPCC report makes clear that the climate crisis is accelerating. Progress remains constrained by insufficient finance, weak enforcement, and political hesitation. Transitioning away from fossil fuel and mobilizing the new collective quantified goal of at least USD 300 billion per year by 2035 remains unfulfilled. For Kiribati, climate change is not an unfolding story. It is a lived reality. Each encroaching wave erodes our heritage, our livelihoods, and disrupts our basic human rights to access clean and quality drinking water and food. But we do not stand as victims. We stand with resolve. Kiribati's national vision, the Mosinano, and our Kiribati Vision 20 align our development pathway with resilience, sustainability, and justice. We therefore call on this COP to deliver bold moves and urgent actions in 4 critical areas: keeping 1.5 degrees Celsius alive, as it is a lifeline for us small, low-lying island nations; scaling up loss and damage funding more significantly and more predictably; establish a dedicated ocean climate finance mechanism to protect the marine ecosystems that regulate the global climate and sustain our livelihoods; commits to a transition that is just, inclusive, and protects workers, supports communities, and leaves no one behind. Underpinning it all, the reform of global climate finance architecture is critical to make it more direct, transparent, and truly responsive to the realities of SIDS. Complex procedures, high transaction costs, and delayed disbursements must give way to simplified fast-track access. The recent ICJ advisory opinion confirms that all states have a binding obligation to pursue deep,
rapid and sustained emission reductions consistent with the 1.5 degrees Celsius, including delivering on our climate finance obligations. I once again extend my sincere gratitude to Your Excellency President Lula and the great nation of Brazil for your visionary leadership. We place our confidence in your stewardship to deliver a historic COP, one that transforms words into action and ambition into implementation. I close with our traditional blessing of the Maori, the Roi, or the Tapimoa, peace and prosperity. Obrigado.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Jean Lipwe, Ambassador and Permanent Representative to the United Nations of the Federated States of Micronesia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to start by extending Micronesia's solidarity and condolences to all those around the world who have suffered from the impacts of climate change this year. Across our islands and across the world, we are united in grief and in purpose. Every year, island nations like Micronesia come to this forum with a growing list of loss and devastation. We who have enjoyed life and prosperity on our islands for generations contributed so little to the problem at hand. We must now raise our children and grandchildren in a world full of fear and uncertainty. The inequity of the climate crisis is not only unfair, it is unconscionable. In Micronesia, entire islands are losing ground to erosion and our crops fail under saltwater intrusion. Like so many islands, small island states, we are already using our scarce domestic resources to cope because support promised decades ago has not arrived in the scale or speed required. Finance is the fuel. Without it, engine of climate ambition stalls. We must speak plainly. The world's major emitting industries worldwide continue to fall dangerously short. The latest round of NDCs does not offer a viable pathway to 1.5 degrees. When we hear claims of ambition while emissions rise, what are small islands to conclude? That our survival is negotiable? That promises to the most vulnerable can be endlessly deferred. This is not a failure of policy. It is a failure of moral responsibility. The ocean connects us all, and when it changes, everything changes. This year, scientists announced the onset of the first global tipping point. Our warm water coral reefs are now bleaching to skeletons. Reefs are critical ecosystems for islanders that sustain our fisheries, our economy, and our culture. But they are connected to everything on the planet, and the whole world will soon feel this collapse. If we are serious about 1.5 degrees and preventing more tipping points, then we must be serious about methane and other super pollutants. Fast mitigation of methane is the only realistic way to slow near-term warming, yet our global response remains fragmented, voluntary, and insufficient. We call on the Brazilian presidency to play a leadership role in coordinating the many disparate methane initiatives and turning them into a coherent, ambitious, and accountable global effort. And we call on all oil and gas producing countries to do what science demands: reduce production, eliminate methane leaks, and prioritize immediate cuts in super pollutants emission. The tool exists, the solutions are known, there is no excuse for further delay. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Sergei Kononuchenko, Ambassador at Large, Special Representative of the Minister of Foreign Affairs on Climate Issues of the Russian Federation. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Уважаемая госпожа председатель, уважаемые дамы и господа, прежде всего хотел бы выразить признательность председательству Федеративной Республики Бразилии на 30-й сессии конференции сторон рамочной конвенции об изменении климата за традиционно высокий уровень гостеприимства. Приветствуем усилия наших бразильских друзей, направленные на успешное проведение конференции, которая впервые проходит в Амазонии. Текущая конференция сторон – знаковый этап в развитии международного климатического процесса. 33 года назад, что символично также на бразильской земле, в ходе конференции ООН по окружающей среде и развитию в Рио-де-Жанейро была подписана рамочная конвенция ООН об изменении климата. В следующем месяце свое десятилетие отметит Парижское соглашение. Принятие этих двух международно-правовых инструментов не просто закрепило на бумаге признание необходимости объединить усилия в борьбе с глобальным вызовом изменения климата. Каждая сторона тем самым подтвердила готовность работать совместно ради достижения общих целей, центральная из которых – процветание и благополучие нынешнего и будущего поколений. Первая переговорная неделя показала, что Белем не запомнится одним масштабным решением, как это было на прошлых конференциях сторон. Но именно это делает 30-ю сессию особенной. Громкие лозунги ушли на второй план. Всеобщее внимание сосредоточено на реальной экспертной работе с акцентом на 3 китах климатического процесса – адаптации, митигации и средствах реализации. Остановлюсь на нашем видении ключевых результатов по итогам конференции сторон. Первое. Сегодня последствия изменения климата ощущаются во всем мире, но особенно остро в развивающихся странах. Отрицать тот факт, что адаптация не второстепенная задача, как минимум цинично. Вместе с тем фиксируем опасный перекос, когда глобальная повестка почти полностью сфокусирована на сокращении выбросов. Мы должны восстановить баланс между адаптацией и митигацией, в том числе в вопросах финансирования данных мер. Считаем критически важным согласовать в Белеме набор показателей для глобальной цели по адаптации. Выступаем за утверждение только минимального и приемлемого для всех набора, что позволит сразу начать апробацию таких показателей и получить ценные данные для второго глобального подведения итогов. Более тщательная проработка остальных показателей может быть продолжена уже после КС-30. Второе. Российская Федерация последовательно выступает за справедливый переход к низкоэмиссионной экономике. Справедливый значит учитывающий национальные условия, стартовые позиции и возможности каждой страны. Призывы к форсированной, шоковой декарбонизации не только угрожают экономической и энергетической безопасности, но и углубляют глобальное неравенство. Рабочая программа по справедливому переходу должна оставаться площадкой для диалога и обмена опытом, а не инструментом для навязывания новых обязательств. Нам нужны практические результаты, развитие навыков, передача технологий и доступное финансирование для переходных проектов. Третье. На КС-28 мы достигли исторического результата, завершили первое глобальное подведение итогов. Его выводы должны служить ориентиром, а не директивой. Считаем важным запустить на КС-30 диалог ОАЕ по имплементации итогов ГПИ. Он должен быть конструктивным, не предписывающим, а также учитывать проблематику односторонних мер, которые подрывают международное сотрудничество и дух Парижского соглашения. Не могу сказать о фундаменте всего процесса – финансировании. Без достаточных и доступных финансовых ресурсов все наши цели останутся на бумаге. Поддерживаем широкий подход к климатическому финансированию, которое должно направляться на весь спектр решений, от возобновляемых источников до ядерной энергетики и технологий улавливания углерода. Считаем недопустимым полное увязывание всех финансовых потоков с климатическими целями, особенно в ущерб другим целям устойчивого развития. Климатические действия должны дополнять, а не подменять усилия по борьбе с бедностью, обеспечению доступа к энергии и экономическому развитию. Правовые обязательства развитых стран по предоставлению финансирования, закрепленные в статье 9 Парижского соглашения, должны выполняться прозрачно и в полном объеме. Попытки размыть эти обязательства контрпродуктивны. Пусть от Баку до Белена должен стать дорогой к укреплению доверия и мобилизации ресурсов, а не к созданию новых барьеров. Уважаемые коллеги, Российская Федерация ответственно подходит к деятельности на климатическом направлении. Считаем РКИК ООН и Парижское соглашение надежной основой для долгосрочного климатического регулирования. Важно беречь целостность действующей климатической архитектуры, не допускать размывания мандата существующих международных правовых инструментов. Предлагаем сосредоточить наши усилия на эффективной операционализации уже созданных универсальных механизмов и имплементации принятых решений, а не пытаться искать панацею в виде неких альтернативных форматов. Очевидно, что усиление турбулентности и конфронтации в мировых делах не способствует формированию адекватного и соразмерного ответа на глобальные вызовы. Эффективная борьба с негативными последствиями климатических изменений невозможна без проявления всеми участниками процесса мудрости, сбалансированности и взаимного уважения. Исходим из того, что именно взвешенность и консенсусный характер достигнутых в Амазонии договоренностей станут мерилом нашего коллективного успеха. Только через равноправное сотрудничество мы сможем обеспечить устойчивое и безопасное будущее для всех. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Adao Suarez Barbosa, Special Envoy and Ambassador at Large for Climate Affairs of Timor-Leste. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, President of COP30, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to the government of Brazil for the leadership in hosting this COP30 in this very beautiful city of Belém, and thanks to the Secretariat for the excellent arrangement. Timor-Leste is already experiencing the severe impact of climate change, from floods, droughts, landslides to sea level rise. These impacts undermine agricultural productivity, worsen food insecurity, threaten water resources, damage critical infrastructure, and result in the loss of lives and displacement. Our ability to rapidly recover, rebuild, and address to loss and damage is constrained by the limited financial and technological capacity. COP30 must deliver ambitious decisions that can move from negotiation to the implementation. The developed country parties must fulfill their obligation to provide finance, technology, and capacity building to support developing countries to take climate actions. The operationalization of $300 billion within the broader context of the $1.3 trillion under the new collective quantified goal is urgently required to support climate actions. This scale of finance must be new, additional to ODA, and largely grant-based for LDCs and SEEDs. The current resource available for fund for responding to loss and damage remains insufficient to meet the scale of needs. We call on the developed country parties and other parties to provide additional and sustained contributions to ensure the fund's long-term viability. We welcome the operationalization of the BIM and the launch of the call for funding request at COP30. We call the developed country parties and other emitting countries to enhance their ambition and undertake rapid, fair, and verifiable emission reductions throughout this decade and beyond in order to ensure 1.5 goal within reach. Global emission effort must be guided by the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. COP30 must adopt a comprehensive list of indicators for GTA with strong emphasizing on means of implementation. We call for scale-up, predictable, and grant-based adaptation finance with simplified and direct access for LDCs and SEED and other vulnerable developing countries. Timor-Leste remains committed to pursuing low-carbon development pathway, including those expanding renewable energy, strengthening energy efficiency, and advanced reforestation. The government has been implementing renewable energy technology in a small-scale nature, including solar power for street lights and health centers. Reforestation and forest conservation activities have been involving public, private, and civil society organizations with financial support from the government, bilateral, multilateral cooperation. We'll do more once means of implementation is sufficiently provided and operationalized. Let us take action together with no one left behind. I thank you very much.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Barbara Wasson, Ambassador at Large for Climate, Ministry of Energy of Hungary. Madam, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, we gather in Belém with a shared purpose to protect our planet and to ensure that future generations inherit a world where they can thrive. The Hungarian government attaches a high importance to climate protection and has set strong, strategic and legally binding target of achieving climate neutrality by 2050. We already reduced greenhouse gas emissions by 48% since 1990, while Hungary is among the few countries in the world which have been able to enhance their economic performance parallel to decreasing its emissions. We are also proud to highlight that globally, Hungary ranks first in the share of solar energy in domestic power production, with 1/4 of all electricity produced from this source. In 2024, the Budapest Declaration on Competitiveness was adopted by European leaders, which will shape the European Union's approach to climate issues as well. Based on the declaration, we wish to emphasize a key principle of our climate strategy. Green transition can only succeed if energy remains affordable. We protect households from excessive energy costs, because if power becomes too costly, public support fades. Climate policy must work for people. Hungary recognizes the importance of strengthening adaptation actions with a view to achieving the global goal on adaptation for the full and effective implementation of the Paris Agreement. Strengthening resilience is a core element of our climate strategy. As extreme weather intensifies, we must be prepared. Our national adaptation geoinformation system serves as a strong example of how data and risk mapping can support effective adaptation. Our flood protection system operated exceptionally well during Storm Boris in Central Eastern Europe last year, protecting communities and infrastructure. Looking ahead, early warning systems will remain crucial. They save lives and reduce damage. Allow me to highlight another key point. Peace is a prerequisite for sustainability. War destroys ecosystems, war displaces communities, and war diverts immense resources away from climate action. Hungary believes that only in stable, peaceful conditions can nations plan for the long term, develop green technologies, and build resilient societies? And this brings me to my next point, because Hungary believes in families. Families are the cornerstones of climate action, where habits are formed and values are passed on. Strong and supported families give humanity the capacity to sustain the commitment to a livable planet. Hungary recognizes the vital role of meaningful youth participation in climate policy. Together with youth at the table, we can build solutions that are equitable, effective, and enduring. Let us therefore craft climate strategies to look beyond the short-term cycles and toward the next generation, those whose lives will be shaped by the decisions we make today. And lastly, on behalf of Hungary, I reaffirm our strong commitment to climate action and to the full implementation of the Paris Agreement. We remain dedicated to doing our fair share to limit global warming and safeguard a livable planet for future generations. We also recognize the deeply valued and essential work of the IPCC, as its assessments provide the scientific foundation upon which effective, credible, and forward-looking climate policies must be built. For Hungary, it is a core principle that climate decisions must be grounded in robust, independent science. As we move forward together, let us ensure that our collective actions reflect both our shared responsibilities and the best available knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you. It is my pleasure now to welcome His Excellency Archbishop Giambattista di Quatro, Apostolic Nuncio to Brazil of the Holy See. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam President, Your Excellencies, the Holy See would like first of all to thank respectfully the Brazilian government, authorities and people. Pope Leo's message to this COP30 emphasizes that the challenges posed by climate change endanger the lives of everyone on this planet and therefore require international cooperation and a cohesive, forward-looking multilateralism, which puts the sacredness of life, the God-given dignity of every human being, and the common good at its center. The Holy See delegation would like to highlight 4 key issues. Firstly, strengthening a cohesive and forward-looking multilateralism is pivotal. Climate change knows no borders and therefore requires collective efforts. We are one single human family. There are no frontiers or barriers, political or social, behind which we can hide. Still less is there room for the globalization of indifference. Multilateralism is a precious process for the sake of resolving the real problems of humanity, securing before all else respect for the dignity of persons in such a way that ethics will prevail over local and contingent interests. Secondly, to keep the global temperature increase within the 1.5 limit, it is essential to ensure a just and fair transition. This transition must take into account the decision adopted at COP28 in Dubai to transitioning away from fossil fuels. The consequences of climate change primarily affect the poorest and the most fragile. Third, the human face of the climate crisis, which should always inspire the work of the COP. The Holy See hopes that the Gender Action Plan will recognize that women and girls are disproportionately affected by climate change, particularly in the Global South, and the important role they play in addressing it. It is essential to search for common language and consensus while putting aside selfish interests, bearing in mind that the responsibility for one another is for the future generations. A constructive approach and to act in good faith is important to forge consensus and keep the main goal firmly in mind, the flourishing of today's women and those of future generations. Fourthly, it is just and fair in this just and fair transition, economic and operational resources are necessary but not enough. We cannot achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement unless political and technical solutions are accompanied by an educational process that purposes new sustainable ways of living and caring for creation. According to Pope Leo, education must combine social justice and environmental justice, promote sobriety and sustainable lifestyles, and form conscience capable of choosing not merely what is convenient, but what is just. It is crucial to enhance the cross-cutting role of education to ensure that mitigation targets are met, adaptation challenges are addressed, means of implementation are strengthened, loss and damage are avoided, and progress is made. Many states parties, like the OLC, have recently introduced the educational components in the NDCs. This is a path that should continue to be pursued. As Pope Leo reminded us, we must return to the heart, which is not only the center of feelings and emotions, but a locus of freedom. The heart is the place where external reality has the greatest impact, where the deepest searching takes place, where the most authentic desires are discovered, where one's ultimate identity is found, and where decisions are formed. It is only by returning to the heart that the true ecological conversion can take place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Christiane Engelberg, who is Ambassador, Director General, Office of the Deputy Minister for Multilateral Affairs of Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Madam, you have the floor.
Gracias, señora Presidenta. Primeramente, permítanos expresar nuestro agradecimiento a la República Federativa del Brasil por acoger esta conferencia y por el caluroso recibimiento de su pueblo. En nombre del gran pueblo venezolano y del señor Presidente Constitucional Nicolás Maduro Moros, reciban nuestro reconocimiento. Pareciera una retórica tener que reiterar e insistir en el hecho que el cambio climático es un desafío mundial para la humanidad, por su impacto en todos los aspectos de la vida, como la salud, la seguridad alimentaria, el acceso al agua, la economía y la cohesión social, por mencionar algunos. Pero la realidad nos obliga a decirlo una y otra vez. La inacción ante este fenómeno ha intensificado los problemas existentes, como la escasez de alimentos y agua, destrucción de viviendas y comunidades enteras por fenómenos meteorológicos extremos, como inundaciones y tormentas. Como hemos expresado en varias oportunidades, los menos responsables del cambio climático y los más vulnerables son las que sufren los peores efectos, lo que hace que la acción sea una cuestión de justicia social. Existe una deuda ecológica con los pueblos del sur que debe saldarse mediante compromisos vinculantes de reducción de emisiones, financiamiento climático obligatorio y no como una caridad, y la transferencia de tecnología limpia y liberada de patentes. El principio de responsabilidades comunes pero diferenciadas está más vigente que nunca y es hora de que se concrete y se aplique, sin excusas. Debe darse cumplimiento a la deuda histórica de los países desarrollados de la contaminación y el cambio climático con el modelo depravador capitalista. La falta o poca financiación de los países del norte global, que aún no han cumplido con el compromiso de financiación climática acordado, es lo que ha dificultado la implementación de soluciones en las naciones más vulnerables. ¿Hasta cuándo deben los países en desarrollo insistir en esto? Ese respaldo está establecido en la Convención y en el Acuerdo de París. Entonces, ¿por qué no se cumple? ¿Cuál es el miedo de analizar la implementación del artículo 9.1 para así tomar acciones concretas que permitan ajustar la ruta hacia el desarrollo y el financiamiento climático? Asales se han convertido en el principal obstáculo para el desarrollo, como es el caso de mi país, que hoy enfrenta 1.042 de esas mal llamadas sanciones. Reiteramos nuestro llamado para poner fin de manera completa, inmediata e incondicional a este bloqueo, que ha sido impuesto de facto contra nuestro país y que ha generado pérdidas milmillonarias, así como un gran dolor y sufrimiento a nuestro pueblo, que constituyen violaciones al derecho internacional y dificultan el cumplimiento de los compromisos relacionados con el cambio climático. Debemos recordar en este contexto que la región de América Latina y el Caribe ha sido proclamada zona de paz ante las amenazas bélicas irracionales en el Caribe. Venezuela, con su política de diplomacia bolivariana de paz, aboga por la paz y el derecho a la soberanía de los pueblos para seguir combatiendo la crisis climática. Finalmente, hacemos un llamado a los países para unir esfuerzos y tener voluntad política para lograr avances importantes en favor de la paz y canalizar los esfuerzos hacia otro tipo de luchas: la lucha contra la crisis climática, la conservación de la diversidad biológica y frenar la contaminación. Cuenten con nuestro apoyo irreductible y compromiso para el logro de los objetivos propuestos. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, embajadora. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Badbadar Bat, Minister of Environment and Climate Change of Mongolia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Эрхэм ерөнхийлөгч ноён Андре Коредолага, хүндэт төлөөлөгч хамтран зүтгэгчтэй. Парисын хэлцээрийн 10 жилийн ой тохиож буй энэ чухал цаг мөчид талуудын 30 дугаар баг хурлыг зохион байгуулж буй Бразил улсын засгийн газар Белем хотын захиргаа нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлтийн суурь конвенцийн нарийн бичгийн дарга нарын газар талархал илэрхийлье. Глобал Мочерау санаачлагаараа дамжуулан Бразил улс олон талд хамтын ажиллагааг тууштай дэмжиж байгааг бид өндрөөр үнэлж байна. Ойтай талхаар өндөр улс болон говь зүйл огтсон орчдог экологийн шилжилтийн бүсэд байрладаг орны хувьд манай экосистемүүд дэлхийд онцгой ач холбогдолтой хатлаа нэн эмзэг байна. Монгол улсын нийт газар нутгийн 90% нь хуурай болон хуурай шалтгаалтай бүсэд хамаардаг ба улам бүр нэмэгдэж буй уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлтийн нөлөө нь манай улсын нийт хүн амын 3/1-ийн амьдралыг залгуулдаг нүүдлийн мал аж ахуйд ихээхэн хүндрэл учруулж байна. 2024 он түүхэнд хамгийн дулаан жил байсан бол 2025 он дулаарл хамгийн өндөр тооцогдох 2 дахь эсвэл 3 дахь жил болох төлөвтэй байна. Үүнд өөр дөмн байгаагүй агаар мандад хуримтлагдсан хөлөмжийн өсөлт нөлөөлж байна. Түүнчлэн дэлхийн доктортой байдлын давж болохгүй 9 хязгаараас 7-г нь аль хэдийн давсан тэдгээрийн уялдаа хамаарлан ноцтой төвшөнд хүрснийг харуулж дэлхийн дулаарлыг 1.5 Цельсиас сэтгүүлгүй байхын тулд илүү уялдуулсан нэгдсэн бодлого арга хэрэгсэл ашиглах шаардлагатай байгааг нотлон өгж байна. Шинжилсэн үндэсний тодорхойлсон хувь нэмрийн дагуу Монгол улс хөлөмжийн ялгарлыг бууруулах нөхцөлгүй зорилтоо 2030 он гэхэд 22.7% байснаас 2035 он гэхэд 30.3% болгон нэмэгдүүлж 2050 он гэхэд цэвэр дүнтэй тэг үр дүнд хүрэх зорилтыг дэвшүүлээд байна. Манай шинэ индексийн хэрэгжилтийг амжилттай хангахын тулд үндэсний бодлого тогтолцоо холбогдох эрх зүйн орчинтой нэгт уялдуулан боловсруулагдсан болно. Бид эдгээр зорилтуудаа хэрэгжүүлэхийн тулд 2021 онд эхлүүлсэн 1 тэрбум мод үндэсний хөдөлгөөн болон газар ус, доктортой ашиглах, хамгаалах, шин дасан зохицох ба бууруулах хөтөлбөрөөр зэрэг тодорхой үндэсний арга хэмжээнүүдийг эрчимтэйгээр урагшлуулж байна. 2025 оны 11 дугаар сард бид Сингапур улстай Парисын хэлцээрийн 6 дугаар зүйлийн хэрэгжилтийн хэлцээрийг байгуулсан бөгөөд үүнээс гадна Швейцар улстай 2 өдрийн дараа хэлцээр байгуулахаар болоод байна. Эдгээр түншлүүд нь Монгол улсад уур амьсгалын санхүүжилтийг татах технологиг хурцсах 2035 он хүртэлх NDC-ийн нийтсэн хөлөмжийн ээг бууруулах арга хэмжээг өргөжүүлэхэд тусална. Монгол улс бүх салбар бүх нийтийн оролцоог хамарсан уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлтийн цогц арга хэмжээг дэмжихийн тулд хууль эрх зүй, засаглал, зохицуултын тогтолцоогоо бэхжүүлж байна. тодруулбал бид үндэсний уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлтийн тухай хуулийг боловсруулж байгаа бөгөөд энэ нь үндэсний уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлтийн эсрэг үйл ажиллагаанд заавал дагаж мордох хэрэгцээ үнцийг бий болгох, эдийн засгийн олон тал оролцоог нэмэгдүүлэх, уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлтийн нөлөөнд авч өрсөө иргэдийг хамгаалах зорилготой. COP30 даргалагч орноор ажиллах бэлтгэлээ хангаж байна. Цөлжилтөд тэмцэх тухай нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын 17 дугаар баг хурал нь 26 онд анхны зохиогдох Риогийн конвенцийн баг хурал юм. Иймд Белемээс Улаанбаатар шууд буухаа шилжиж байна. Газрын доройдол, уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлтийн фронтод буй улсын үед бид эдгээр асуудлыг үндсэн харилцаа уйдаатай гэж үзэж байна. Риогийн конвенцийн хүрээнд хамтын ажиллагааг эрчимжүүлэх, тогтвортой нөхөн сэргээлт, уур амьсгал ба хөгжлийн зорилтуудыг гүүр болгохыг амлаж байна. Монгол улс Бразилийн даргадаг талуудын 30 дугаар баг хурлыг дэлхийн модны амжилттай үр дүнд хүргэж, дэлхийн уур амьсгалын зорилгод идэвхтэй хувь нэмээр оруулахыг дэмжиж байгаагаа дахин нотолж байна. Уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлтөд тэмцэх Нөбийн конвенцийн хүрээнд бидний амтын хүчин чармаанд үргэлжлэхийн төлөө хамтдаа ажиллаж, Белемээс Улаанбаатар цаашлаад уур амьсгалын аюулгүй байгаль дэвтэй газар нутгийн доктортой ирээдүг рүү хамтдаа урагшилцгаая. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. On behalf of the conference, I would like to thank all of you for your statements, distinguished delegates, Your Excellencies. We will continue with the delivery of national statements today at 15 hours in this plenary. This is to remind you that statements that have not been delivered in this morning's session will be moved to the beginning of the national statements in the afternoon session in the same category. With this, I declare this joint meeting of COP, CMP, and CMA suspended.
distinguished delegates, honored guests, we will now resume the fifth meeting of COP30, CMP20, and CMA7. As we continue with the national statements, I would like to remind representatives of the measures in place for effective time management. Specifically, that an electronic device will be used to mark the 3-minute time limit, and that a bell will be used to signal when the allotted time is exceeded. Speakers are strongly encouraged to ensure their statements do not exceed allotted times. Statements should be as concise as possible, as the full texts will be made available on the UNFCCC website. Speaking slots for those parties who are not present in the plenary during their scheduled delivery time will be moved to the end of all statements within the same category. Dear colleagues, let us begin. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Hirotaka Ishihara, Minister of the Environment of Japan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Brazil for its great effort in hosting COP30. Here in the region around Belém, there are the agroforestry systems established by Japanese in Tomias and the Gunma Ecological Park, fostered by Japanese who migrated to Brazil. Climate action do not yield immediate result, but requires sustained long-term effort involving cooperation among various stakeholders, including national governments, local authorities, and local committees. The two places I mentioned are a truly good example of the spirit of Mucheron. As this year marks the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, I would like to reiterate the importance of advancing global decarbonization efforts based on the multilateralism. It is essential that the ambition cycle under the Paris Agreement is maintained with all parties submitting NDCs with the highest possible ambition at the earliest steadily implementing emission reductions. Mr. President, Japan reaffirms its resolution to achieving net zero 2050. In February this year, Japan submitted its new NDC, aligned with the 1.5 degrees goals. Japan has made steady progress, reducing emissions by 27% over the past 10 years. The NCQD was decided at COP29. Based on the situation of the limited public resources, it is important to steadily advance expanding climate finance sources for developing countries by all stakeholders, including private capital mobilization. At COP29, we achieved the full operationalization of the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. In order to efficiently advance global decarbonization, it is vital to balance environmental integrity and flexibility. Hence, Japan is working on the Joint Crediting Mechanism, or JCM. Japan would also like to announce its intention to host a session of the IPCC in 2027. We will continue to support efforts to reduce GHG emissions based on the best available science. The transition to a circular economy is essential for climate action. Japan actively contributed to the development of the Global Circularity Protocol for Business by the WBCSD, which includes a corporate disclosure framework for circularity and was just launched as a joint pavilion, a Japan pavilion last week. Distinguished participants, let's work together to ensure the success of COP30 and continue on our path toward achieving the 1.5-degree goals with global mutuality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Jean-Luc Crook, Federal Minister of Mobility, Climate and Ecological Transition in charge of Sustainable Development of Belgium. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Avant l'accord de Paris, le monde était sur la voie d'un réchauffement de 3,5 degrés Celsius. 10 ans plus tard, nous avons considérablement infléchi cette courbe à 2,5 degrés Celsius. C'est la preuve que l'accord de Paris fonctionne et que le multilatéralisme fonctionne, mais aussi la preuve qu'il reste encore beaucoup à faire. L'Union européenne continuera de donner le ton, mais la crise climatique est une préoccupation commune et l'Union européenne ne la résoudra pas seule. C'est la raison pour laquelle nous sommes ici à Belém pour appeler toutes les parties à se tenir à nos côtés. Une transition équitable exige des contributions équitables. Nous sommes déçus et inquiets que certains grands émetteurs n'aient pas encore soumis leur CDN. Nous les exhortons à faire dès que possible. Pour d'autres encore, nous espérons que l'on peut s'attendre à une ambition qui va au-delà de ce qui est écrit sur le papier. Une ambition qui reflète bien les transitions qu'on sait que ces pays ont engagées et qu'ils en prennent même la tête. Une ambition qui donne aussi l'exemple, qui renforce le rôle de l'accord de Paris en tant que véritable moteur de changement et qui ne laisse pas les adversaires du multilatéralisme gagner la cause. Depuis Paris, l'économie mondiale est en train de se remodeler. Les investissements dans les énergies et les technologies propres s'accélèrent. Ces secteurs sont en train de devenir l'épine dorsale d'une nouvelle économie. Ils améliorent la qualité de l'air, ils renforcent l'indépendance énergétique, ils stimulent la compétitivité et le secteur privé suit. Motivé à la fois par la conscience des opportunités et des risques, la transition est en marche et est irréversible. C'est pourquoi la Belgique est fière de se joindre au Belém Declaration on the Transition Away from Fossil Fuels. La transition n'est bien sûr pas sans défi. Pour qu'elle réussisse, elle doit être juste. Elle ne doit pas repousser les industries, mais préserver et stimuler notre compétitivité. Elle ne doit pas aggraver les inégalités dans la société, mais être l'occasion de protéger le pouvoir d'achat de nos citoyens. Des politiques intelligentes, telles que la tarification du carbone, peuvent garantir des conditions de concurrence équitables, stimuler les investissements dans la décarbonation et créer des revenus pour aider les entreprises et les ménages à naviguer dans la transition. La Belgique appelle à une adoption mondiale plus large de ces politiques. La Belgique reste également engagée dans la protection des forêts et des océans. Dans cet esprit, je suis heureux de souligner notre soutien à l'appel à l'action de Belém pour les forêts du bassin du Congo et notre candidature pour accueillir le secrétariat de l'accord sur le BBNJ. Mesdames et Messieurs, 10 ans après l'accord de Paris, nous sommes toujours sur la voie qu'il a tracée. Restons sur cette voie ensemble.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Kastytis Zuromskas, Minister of Environment of Lithuania. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, destructive consequences of climate change have affected too many places and communities. The year 2024 was the warmest on the record. My country, Lithuania, once considered safe and natural disasters, is now experiencing floods, droughts, and severe storms. Today we mark the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, a milestone that reminds us of our shared responsibility to act. We all, and especially the world's largest emitters and major economies, must reinforce global efforts, raise mitigation ambitions, and accelerate real progress. The NDC synthesis report shows that global climate efforts remain insufficient. Lithuania supports Brazil's leadership in delivering ambitious negotiated outcomes of COP30 that close the mitigation gap and keeps us on a 1.5 Celsius path. Mr. President, together with the European Union, Lithuania has reaffirmed its commitment to climate neutrality, submitting a renewed 2035 NDC aiming for ambitious and cross-sectoral greenhouse gas emission cuts. We are delivering at home. By 2030, Lithuania's national electricity grid will be 100% green. Our total installed solar and wind capacity has grown 4 times since 2020 and is set to double again by 2026. We are on track to cut greenhouse gas emissions by at least 70% by 2030 compared to 1990 levels. I believe we are an example of a decoupled economy. We view the transition away from fossil fuels as a global priority from achieving clean energy, which is key to climate neutrality. At the same time, we must progress on building long-term global resilience and agree on global indicators to measure progress of the global goal on adaptation. Moreover, we need to scale up international climate finance by broadening the scope of contributors and sources to mobilize a new climate finance goal. We also should strengthen cooperation under the Global Climate Action Agenda for Innovation, while clearly demonstrating socio-economic benefits of the green transition. Finally, I urge the international community to act swiftly and decisively. We cannot ignore the devastating harm on people and the environment caused by Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. This aggression constitutes a violation of the UN Charter and international law. Lithuania calls for international response to hold Russia accountable, including for the environmental damage it has caused. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Simon Watts, Minister of Climate Change, Minister for Energy, Minister for Local Government and Minister of Revenue of New Zealand. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, colleagues, tēnā koutou katoa, it is an honour to address you today on behalf of New Zealand. When the Paris Agreement was adopted 10 years ago, parties committed to goals that limit the impact of climate change on lives and livelihoods. 10 years on, we have seen significant progress, and we are firmly in the era of implementation. But we need to press forward. We must keep 1.5 alive. Mr. President, New Zealand is committed. We were one of the first 8 countries in the world to submit our second nationally determined contribution that is ambitious, achievable and informed by the global stocktake and in accordance with the Paris Agreement rules. We are committed to transparency arrangements which are crucial for mutual trust. And we provide high-quality, grants-based, accessible, partner-responsive climate support, with over half going to adaptation action. We urge all parties to follow suit and implement. All parties must submit their NDCs that reflect the urgency of the movement, and all parties with the capacity to do so must provide support to those who need it most. We recognise economies are under strain, but every step of progress helps us maintain momentum. Mr. President, the blue continent, the blue Pacific continent, has long led the world with its climate ambition. In the Pacific, climate change is not a distant threat, it is a lived reality. Next year, a Pacific COP would be an opportunity to deliver global climate solutions built on the experience of some of those on the front lines. New Zealand proudly supports Australia's commitment to host COP31 in partnership with the Pacific and calls on others to confirm their support. Mr. President, a low emissions and climate resilient economy is central to economic prosperity. New Zealand is accelerating the deployment of renewable energy at a faster pace than ever before. In October of this year, we saw electricity, and our electricity generation was 98% renewable. We have commissioned more renewable generation in the last 18 months than the prior 15 years, and helping us to double that capacity by 2050. Our farmers are some of the most carbon efficient globally, and we are leading in agricultural innovation. Our emissions trading scheme is one of the most comprehensive globally, and in the last month we agreed to legislate a climate adaptation framework to address long-term strategic factors, including clear roles, responsibilities and her shares. This is one of the world's first of its kind. Mr. President, the response to climate change must be inclusive and supportive of all voices and leadership, as we cannot solve the challenge alone. I am proud that the delegation of New Zealand young Maori leaders is here at COP30, sharing their stories and commitment. Mr. President, you introduced us to Muchi Raum, which speaks of the shared work that builds on our people. This resonates with us in New Zealand. Our young people, business and civil society, we stand ready to partner with all parties to take action, both at home, in the Pacific and globally. Ngā mihi nui, thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Rafael Singer, Ambassador Director of Department for Climate and Sustainability of Israel. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, colleagues and friends, 10 years after the Paris Agreement, much has been achieved. At the same time, unless the world collectively steps up its effort, the impacts of climate change will become more severe. No nation or community will remain untouched. But within this challenge lies opportunity. The policies, technologies and innovations we adopt not only safeguard our planet, they drive sustainable economic growth, create resilient jobs and strengthen our societies. Israel knows this well. Despite high population growth and strong economic performance, our national greenhouse emissions have peaked. We recognize there is far more to do, and we are committed to do so. Israel is located in one of the world's climate change hotspots, arid, warming rapidly, and resource concentrated. These challenges have shaped our way of life and pushed us to innovate, from water-saving technologies and wastewater use to climate-smart agriculture and off-grid energy solutions. For the COP decisions to translate into a meaningful action, one of the essential enablers is technology, efficient, proven, scalable, and affordable. We work with partners around the world to strengthen adaptation and resilience through climate-smart agriculture, water management, and food security. We focus not only on tools, but on empowering communities to build resilient from ground up. We also need strong science-based policy at all levels of government. In Israel, we are launching a national climate risk mapping system to help decision makers and municipalities plan effective adaptation measures. Local governments are essential partners in building resilience. Climate change does not distinguish between physical, political, or ideological boundaries. Neither should we. We must build cooperative frameworks that bridge gaps and strengthen trust among governments, businesses, and civil societies. The Paris Agreement gives us the foundation. To succeed, we must remain committed to implementing ambitious domestic policies while constantly improving multilateral processes, updating our work on science as science evolves, widening the circle of stakeholders and increasing efficiency. Our tradition teaches you are not obliged to complete the work, but neither are you free to desist from it. The risk we are dealing with is immense. Progress must be gradual, but we must persist for our planet, for our shared values, and for our next generations. The future we face depends on choices we make today. Let us show commitment and seize the moment. Together we can build a safer, more sustainable, and more prosperous future for us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Maria Daniela Limongi Izaguirre, Vice Minister of Environment of Ecuador. You have the floor.
Distinguidas autoridades, reciban un cordial saludo del presidente constitucional de la República del Ecuador, Daniel Noboa. Ecuador llega a esta COP30 con una visión renovada. Unificamos ambiente y energía para asegurar coherencia en la protección de los ecosistemas, el acceso al agua, la transición energética y la acción climática. Esta integración respalda nuestra segunda NDC 2026-2035, que eleva la ambición en mitigación y adaptación y pone a las personas y territorios en el centro de la gestión pública climática. Sobre esta base, permítanme destacar los avances más relevantes de Ecuador. La eliminación del subsidio al diésel, el fortalecimiento de las acciones en actividades ilícitas y minería ilegal, el robustecimiento del Programa Nacional de Manejo Integral del Fuego, los canjes de deuda, dentro de los que incluimos el biocorredor amazónico y uno próximo que haremos para proteger páramos, manglares y bosque seco, el impulso a los mercados de carbono, la consolidación de finanzas sostenibles con bonos verdes y taxonomía verde en conjunto con el Ministerio de Economía y Finanzas, la seguridad y legalización de la tenencia de tierras, la compensación social y territorial, una política pública inédita que enfoca el uso de los recursos propios. Estos esfuerzos demuestran que Ecuador tiene un horizonte claro: proteger la naturaleza, garantizar la seguridad energética y promover el desarrollo resiliente que beneficie a los actores territoriales que custodian nuestros ecosistemas. Pero acceder al financiamiento internacional se vuelve cada vez más difícil. Los estándares de alta integridad, aunque necesarios, hoy imponen costos desproporcionados. Una parte significativa de los recursos climáticos están destinados a las verificaciones, validaciones, certificaciones y sin dejar de lado las comisiones elevadas cobradas por las agencias multilaterales y entidades del sistema de las Naciones Unidas. Esto requiere reflexiones honestas y coherentes. ¿Hasta cuándo seguiremos con fondos que existen solo en papel y con recursos que llegan a cuentagotas? ¿Y cuáles son los indicadores reales del impacto si, pese a las movilizaciones de financiamiento, aún persisten la desnutrición, la falta de acceso al agua segura y la energía? Bajo estas condiciones, cabe preguntarse si realmente estamos protegiendo la biodiversidad como el planeta lo demanda. El discurso se va quedando vacío, como decía una líder indígena, Tránsito Amaguaña, como un saco roto de quinoa. Permítame encerrar con claridad. Ecuador está haciendo su parte. Hemos asumido decisiones difíciles, elevando nuestra ambición y defendiendo nuestros ecosistemas. Pero ningún país de primera línea climática puede sostener esta lucha si el financiamiento sigue siendo costoso, lento y condicionado por una arquitectura que consume los recursos antes de que lleguen a quien más lo necesitan. El futuro de la Amazonía, los páramos, el bosque seco, los manglares y nuestras comunidades dependen de decisiones valientes. Ecuador ha probado serlo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Alassane Zie Diamoutene, Ambassador of Côte d'Ivoire to Brazil. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs et distingués délégués, il m'est particulièrement agréable d'adresser les salutations distinguées et remerciements de Son Excellence Monsieur Alassane Ouattara, Président de la République de Côte d'Ivoire, pour l'opportunité offerte à notre pays de prendre la parole en ce moment décisif de l'histoire de notre planète et celle de l'humanité. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, la Côte d'Ivoire a tenu son engagement, qui est celui de soumettre ses nouvelles contributions déterminées au niveau national, dans lesquelles elle a relevé son ambition, celle de réduire de 33,07 ses émissions de gaz à effet de serre à l'horizon 2035. Ainsi, notre pays passe par une transition progressive vers les énergies propres avec 46,3% d'énergie renouvelable dans son mix énergétique et par son ambition de porter d'ici 2030 la couverture forestière à 20% du territoire national au travers du marché du carbone devenu opérationnel en Côte d'Ivoire. Par ailleurs, notre pays compte développer une agriculture intelligente face au climat. Il compte également améliorer la gestion intégrée des ressources en eau et renforcer les infrastructures sanitaires et routières. De même, il compte investir dans des bâtiments intégrant des normes bioclimatiques. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, notre ambition est de bâtir une économie plus compétitive, verte et inclusive, où le secteur privé, les collectivités locales, les jeunes et la société civile joueront un rôle déterminant. Cependant, la Côte d'Ivoire ne peut réussir seule la construction de sa résilience climatique, qui a été évaluée à environ 59 milliards de dollars américains. Notre pays en appelle donc à la communauté internationale à tenir ses engagements, car chaque investissement dans l'action climatique est un investissement dans la stabilité, la prospérité et la vie, en d'autres termes, dans la durabilité. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est dans cette dynamique d'action positive et clairvoyante que la Côte d'Ivoire soutient l'alliance lancée à cette COP30 par son Excellence Monsieur le Président Lula sur le financement des forêts tropicales, et mon pays adhère également à la déclaration relative à la lutte contre le racisme environnemental. J'en appelle ici à une communion sincère et à une plus grande fusion avec la nature, le socle de notre existence à tous. La Côte d'Ivoire est sur la bonne trajectoire et invite tous les pays à marcher ensemble, main dans la main, dans la solidarité agissante, dans un esprit d'équité, de justice et de paix pour une planète protégée, tant pour les générations présentes que pour les générations futures. Je vous remercie. Obrigado.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Pauline Antoine Prosper, Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Education, Sustainable Development, Innovation, Science, Technology and Vocational Training of St. Lucia. You have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the government and people of St. Lucia extend warm congratulations to Brazil for assuming the COP30 presidency. We thank you for hosting us in Belém, a city that reminds us that Earth's lungs and the ocean's pulse are one and the same. We meet here amid deepening loss and mounting urgency. This year, Hurricane Melissa stands among the most intense Atlantic hurricanes on record, a Category 5 that devastated parts of our Caribbean family. For St. Lucia and our fellow small island developing states, the climate crisis is no longer a forecast. It is a lived experience. Mr. President, St. Lucia passed its Climate Change Act in 2024, a landmark law that gives legal force to our climate agenda and strengthens the coordination of all sectors in the fight for resilience. In February 2025, we became the first Caribbean country to submit our third nationally determined contribution. Our government has also established a sovereign wealth fund to provide financial support in its adaptation and mitigation efforts. St. Lucia chose to lead, not because it is easy, but because survival leaves us no alternative. This year's advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice has brought long-awaited moral clarity to our global struggle. For St. Lucia and our fellow Seeds, it affirms that the climate crisis is a question of justice, not charity, of obligation, not discretion. We therefore call on all parties to treat the ICJ opinion as a mandate for action, a guide for embedding accountability, urgency, and fairness in every decision of this conference and every future COP. We urgently need new climate finance architecture, one that delivers grant-based, highly concessional, and predictable funding. The Loss and Damage Fund, though operational, remains grossly underfunded. There is too much red tape in accessing climate finance. St. Lucia is part of CARICOM, the OECS, and AOSIS continues to advocate for and defend the special circumstances of seeds, ensuring our voices resonate in the global climate governance architecture. We may be small in landmass, but our moral authority is mighty. We also recognize the meaningful contribution of partners beyond our region. We acknowledge the role of Taiwan, whose support in innovation and renewable technologies continues to assist vulnerable nations in building resilience and advancing our collective pursuit of a low-carbon resilient future. Colleagues and friends, climate change spares no one. Mechanisms like UNFCCC and Paris Agreement must not exclude Taiwan. In the spirit of COP30's global Mochiro, we urge all countries to support Taiwan's participation. Mr. President, the world risks surpassing the critical 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold. That science says is the difference between manageable impacts and catastrophic loss. The imperative is clear. We must act with ambition now before 1.50 Celsius slips beyond our grasp. Let COP30 mark a turning point where justice is operationalized, science is respected, finance is accessible, and solidarity becomes the currency of survival. Let us leave Belém with a legacy of courage and commitment, a pact that honors the lives already lost, protects the vulnerable, and preserves the right of every child on every island to inherit a livable planet. I thank you.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Patranand Thong Prapan, Deputy Secretary General to the Prime Minister for Political Affairs of Thailand. You have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, first, Thailand would like to extend our gratitude to the government of Brazil for hosting COP30 in Belem. We believe COP30 will reaffirm our collective solidarity and our unwavering commitment to advancing global climate change negotiations and fostering enhanced climate action in response to escalating climate crisis. Mr. President, Thailand arrived at COP30 with a bold ambition by 2035. Under the new NDC 3.0, we set an absolute emission reduction target of 47% below the 2019 level, resulting in a net country emission of 152 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. This move aligns with 1.5 degree pathway, accelerating our net zero emission target by 2050. As a country highly vulnerable to climate impacts, Thailand emphasized the importance of measurable outcomes of the global goal on adaptation. We stand ready to work with all parties for ensuring that the GGA indicators are inherent between global progress and national implementation. Mr. President, in parallel, Thailand has put in place a robust, transparent, and credible national system in implementing Article 6. We achieved real emission reduction, share benefits, and built a reliable and sustainable carbon market that supports both global goals and domestic actions. Another key milestone in the forthcoming Climate Change Act, which will serve as foundation for a long-term whole-of-society approach to climate action by establishing National Climate Fund and carbon pricing instruments. In September this year, we organized the 4th Thailand Climate Action Conference under the theme Inspiring Climate Solution for All, which attract over 11,000 participants, including representatives from over 30 embassies, reflecting strong international and cross-sectoral collaboration in Thailand. Mr. President, COP30 is the moment to reaffirm our unity and determination. Let us ensure that the outcome of the Belem foster trust accelerate implementation and deliver tangible progress for our planet. In the spirit of the global multi-round, Thailand stands ready to join hands with all partners to drive faster climate action. Thank you.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Nov Behbhani, Acting Director General of the Kuwait Environment Public Authority of Kuwait. You have the floor.
Thank you. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في البداية يطيب لي أن أتوجه بخالص الشكر والتقدير إلى جمهورية البرازيل الاتحادية على كرم الاستضافة وحسن تنظيم هذا المؤتمر. السيدات والسادة، ينعقد مؤتمر الأطراف الثلاثين في مرحلة استثنائية تشهد فيها دول العالم استعداد لتقديم مساهماتها الوطنية الثالثة تنفيذا لبنود اتفاق باريس للمناخ، واستكمالا لما تحقق من إنجازات في مؤتمر باكو لتنفيذ المادة السادسة من الاتفاق. ويجسد هذا الحراك الدولي إيمان المجتمع الدولي الراسخ بضرورة مكافحة تغير المناخ والتصدي لتداعياته الخطيرة على الإنسان والبيئة والنظم الاقتصادية في مختلف أرجاء العالم. إنما يشهده كوكبنا من ظواهر مناخية متطرفة وكوارث طبيعية متزايدة نتيجة ارتفاع درجات الحرارة، يحتم علينا جميعا توحيد الجهود الدولية وتسريع وتيرة اتخاذ قرارات فعالة وقابلة للتنفيذ تضمن حماية الدول والشعوب الأكثر هشاشة من تبعات تغير المناخ، وبالأخص تلك التي وردت في الفقرة الثامنة من المادة الرابعة من الاتفاقية الإطارية، مع التأكيد على مبدأ من المسؤولية التاريخية للانبعاثات والمسؤولية المشتركة مع تباين الأعباء بين الدول لإصلاح النظام المناخي وتحقيقا لأهداف التنمية المستدامة. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، أن دولة الكويت ليست بمنأى عن آثار تغير المناخ، حيث تواجه ارتفاعا متزايدا في درجات الحرارة وتغيرا في أنماط هطول الأمطار، إلى جانب ما تتعرض له من عواصف رملية وغبارية متكررة تؤثر سلبا على البيئة والصحة العامة والاقتصاد الوطني، وتستنزف الموارد البشرية والمالية في جهود التكيف مع هذه الآثار. ورغم هذه التحديات تواصل دولة الكويت بذل جهود كبيرة للحد من انبعاث الغازات التبيئة، إلى جانب إعداد البرامج الوطنية للتكيف مع الآثار السلبية للتغير المناخي. كما تعمل الدولة حاليا على إعداد خارطة الطريق وطنية لتنفيذ تعهداتها بالوصول إلى الحياد الكربوني بحلول 2060، تنفيذا لتوجيهات سمو أمير البلاد المفدى وسمو ولي العهد حفظهما الله ورعاهما، والتزاما منا بمسؤولياتها البيئية على المستويين الإقليمي والدولي. السيدات والسادة، إن مؤتمر الأطراف الثلاثين يشكل محطة محورية في مسيرة العمل المناخي الدولي، إذ يمثل اختبارا حقيقيا لقدرة المجتمع الدولي على تحقيق التوازن بين أهداف التخفيف من الانبعاثات وجهود التكيف مع الآثار المناخية، وضمان توفير التمويل الكافي ونقل التكنولوجيا وبناء القدرات للدولة النامية مع الالتزام بالمبادئ الأساسية للاتفاقية، وفي مقدمتها العدالة والمرونة والتباين في القدرات والمسؤوليات، بما يتيح للدول النامية المضي قدما في الخطط التنموية دون إعاقة. وفي الختام، تؤكد دولة الكويت التزامها الراسخ بمواصلة العمل مع المجتمع الدولي لتعزيز الجهود العالمية لمواجهة تغير المناخ وبذل كل ما يلزم من تعاون بناء لتحقيق أهداف الاتفاقية الإطارية واتفاق باريس، متمنين أن تكلل أعمال هذا المؤتمر بنتائج واقعية وملموسة تحقق العدالة المناخية وتدفع بالعالم نحو مستقبل أكثر استدامة وأمنا بيئيا. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Mohammad Naveed Safiullah, Additional Secretary of Bangladesh. You have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Assalamu alaikum and warm greetings from Bangladesh. I extend sincere thanks and appreciation to the government of Brazil and the friendly people of Belem for hosting COP30. We meet in Belem at a time when the world suffers from irreversible damage caused by climate change and reels from a trust deficit in multilateralism. For Bangladesh, climate change is a daily reality. Extreme temperature, cyclones, floods, sea level rise, and river bank erosion are displacing millions, damaging biodiversity, and pushing vulnerable communities to the edge. Bangladesh fights extreme climate events at one end while continuing to shoulder the humanitarian burden of the Rohingya crisis. This reminds us that climate conflict and displacement multiply costs for climate vulnerable countries. Mr. President, Bangladesh chooses leadership and responsibility in the face of vulnerability. We continue to act with ambition, though we contribute less than 0.5% of global emissions. We are advancing NDC 3.0 aligned with the GST outcome, aiming for 25% of electricity from renewables by 2035, 5 times higher than the current level. We are operationalizing our national adaptation plan and investing in locally led adaptation. We must remember that climate vulnerable countries cannot survive without predictable finance and technology. In the absence of support, governments are forced to allocate scarce budgets to disaster management at the expense of health and education, crippling the prospects of future generations. Mr. President, Bangladesh urges 4 actionable pathways to galvanize global climate action. First, climate action must be perceived through the lens of justice. We must translate ICJ advisory opinion into measurable accountability. Developed countries must lead with urgent emission cuts and provide scaled-up, predictable finance and technology transfer aligned with the Paris Agreement. Second, public finance must be strengthened and aligned with low-emission and climate-resilient pathways. We demand that adaptation finance should be at least USD 120 billion per year. Third, scale grant-based adaptation finance and immediately operationalize the fund for loss and damage with easy access for vulnerable countries to support climate-resilient infrastructure and shock-responsive social protection. Fourth, we must invest in locally led adaptation and nature-based solutions. We urge investing in mangrove forests like Sundarbans in Bangladesh, climate-resilient agriculture, and community flood risk management. Mr. President, the politicization and commercialization of climate initiatives have only deepened delay at the cost of increased damage. COP30 in Belem will either be another mistrain propelling us toward climate collapse or a turning point that redeems years of inaction. Our collective resolve will determine the outcome. In Belem, let courage rise, let justice lead, and let collective action begin to build a safer planet for future generations. I thank you. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Jean Matanga, Cabinet Minister for Natural Resources, Energy and Mining of Malawi, speaking on behalf of the least developed countries. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished guests. It is a profound honor to address this 30th Conference of the Parties here in Belém, Brazil, on behalf of people from Malawi and the Republic, on behalf of people from the Republic of Malawi and for the 4 least developed countries. Permit me, Mr. President, to associate this statement with the statements made by the Group of 77 and China, Africa Group and the Alliance of Small Island Developing States. As we gather today, under the focus of global material, in the face of escalating climate threats, Malawi, as a nation of resilient farmers, vibrant communities, and unyielding spirit, stands ready to engage with renewed determination and hope for the future. We commend the government of Brazil for hosting this pivotal conference of parties that focuses on accelerating the implementation of climate action. Mr. President, Malawi, like many other least developed countries, did not cause the current global warming and its associated climate shocks, but continues to suffer the adverse effects of climate change, ranging from floods, droughts, heat waves, and consequently impacting food security, water security, livelihoods, and socio-economic growth. For instance, the current 2025 Food Security Vulnerability Assessment findings indicate that 4,009,537 people, representing 22% of the population, will not be able to meet their annual food requirements due to poor harvests caused by dry spells, which occurred during the last growing season in many parts of Malawi. And this is a common phenomenon across the least developed countries. Your Excellencies, it is our sincere hope that this COP will build on momentum from COP29 in Baku to constructively engage on a number of key thematic negotiations on our agenda at this session. Mr. President, it is my belief that COP30, as an implementation COP, has to ensure that all the countries from the least global stocktake are implemented. A good starting point is to ensure that countries align the updated nationally determined contributions with the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal and fast-track drafting of national adaptation plans. However, these should not just be books on our shelves. The plans and commitments should be fully supported with adequate means of implementation. We are at a point where we need to strengthen international cooperation to fast-track and intensify implementation of climate action, action amidst geopolitical changes impacting developing countries. Mr. President, the LDCs do not want to be left behind in fulfilling our climate obligations. Recently, Malawi has submitted its first biannual transparency report combined with fourth national communication and is currently finalizing the national adaptation plan and updating its national determined contributions. These key documents highlight Malawi's ambitious key climate actions to build resilience to climate change and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Going forward, Mr. President, the LDC group calls for more ambitious actions and not just promises. We call on developed nations to honor their moral and legal obligations under the new collective quantified goal on climate finance, a key decision from the COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan. Mr. President, we further call for accessible, grant-based climate finance that prioritizes local communities with resilient infrastructure and ecosystems, grassroots delivery, and empowerment of farmers with climate-smart agriculture technologies. And in conclusion, Mr. President, in this final week of COP30, LDCs seek to constructively engage with all parties for fruitful discussions that chart a holistic way forward to fast-track implementation and action in the spirit of Mutiao. Let us leave Belém not with hollow promises, but with finance that equitably funds the fight against climate change. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Masho Khakhneletse, Head of Delegation of Georgia. You have the floor.
Dear COP Presidency, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to address you on behalf of the government of Georgia. We extend our sincere gratitude to the government of the Federative Republic of Brazil for generously hosting this important conference in the Amazon, the lungs of the world. As we mark the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, it is vital to recognize the progress we have made together. From bending the global emissions curves to putting into effect the Loss and Damage Fund, these milestones reflect the enduring strength of collective action. Celebrating such progress reaffirms the Paris spirit and the value of multilateral climate cooperation. At COP30, Georgia seeks an outcome that balances urgency with practicality, anchoring our shared ambitions in the tools that drive implementation and shapes a resilient, decarbonized future. Science is undeniable, and the window for the action is narrowing. The decisions we make here must clearly respond to the ambition and the implementation gaps and provide a roadmap forward. Georgia will support a consensus outcome that recognizes these gaps and commits us to closing them through the now fully operational Paris Agreement. National determined contributions are not abstract pledges. They are the operational blueprint for climate action. COP30 must produce a strong and actionable outcome on adaptation. This includes finalizing the global goal on adaptation indicators and defining the modalities of the Baku Adaptation Roadmap. These steps ensure that adaptation moves from discourse to meaningful integration in the national planning and global accountability. It is also essential to establish a follow-up to the doubling of the adaptation finance goal, which concludes this year. Georgia is preparing its national adaptation plan and encourages others to do likewise. Finance is the engine of the implementation. Georgia welcomes the Baku to Belem roadmap to 1.3 trillion and calls for it to be both credible and inspiring. We support a strong signal on adaptation finance, including consideration on a new collective goal beyond 2025. Technology remains central to unlocking the full potential of NDCs. The technology mechanism provides the backbone for innovations, capacity building, and deployment. Georgia views technology not as a standalone solution, but a driver of inclusive and resilient development that decouples growth from emission and ensures that no one is left behind. Ambition, adaptation, finance, and technology are strongly connected. Together, they enable countries to deliver on their climate promise. Georgia welcomes the COP30 presidency's efforts to align the action agenda with the outcomes of the global stocktake. This is a vital step towards translating decisions into tangible progress. The presidency's vision is transformational, and if fully implemented, it will be a vital part of generating momentum on ambition and implementing from COP30 in a way that is clearly relatable to our people from whom we are working. We believe that 6 thematic areas should converge into a clear and unified signal, one that reflects our progress and charts a credible course for the future. The action agenda is not peripheral. It is a powerful instrument to elevate ambition and strengthen climate action. Thank you.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Ronnie Rodriguez Chavez, Head of Delegation of Costa Rica. You have the floor.
Saludos, señor presidente. Saludos, excelencias, distinguidos delegaciones, colegas, amigos y amigas. Costa Rica llega a esta COP30, la COP de la implementación, no solo con compromisos, sino con resultados. En un mundo que clama por acción, nuestra historia demuestra que es posible construir prosperidad, descarbonizando, no contaminando. Hace más de 70 años, conscientes de que nuestras amenazas no eran militares, sino que eran ambientales, abolimos el ejército y apostamos por la educación y la paz. Hace más de 30 años comenzamos a restaurar nuestros bosques. Hay más del 60% de nuestro territorio que está cubierto por árboles. y casi un 100% de nuestra electricidad proviene de fuentes totalmente renovables. No son promesas, son políticas públicas sostenidas, respaldadas por instituciones sólidas y por una ciudadanía comprometida. Costa Rica fue uno de los primeros países en presentar Plan Nacional de Descarbonización de largo plazo, con metas claras hacia el 2050. Pero no esperamos al futuro. Hoy empezamos a electrificar el transporte público, el transporte privado, la industria. Ya protegemos nuestros ecosistemas marinos, ya vinculamos la acción climática con justicia y equidad territorial. Sabemos que somos un país pequeño, pero también sabemos que el liderazgo no se mide por toneladas de carbono, sino por la voluntad de actuar, con la coherencia entre lo que se dice y se hace. Por eso Costa Rica presenta hoy como un ejemplo la implementación real, multisectorial y transformadora. En cuanto a las NDCs presentadas en esta misma COP30, destacamos nuestros objetivos para la movilidad eléctrica y sostenible y el fomento de la industria descarbonizada y el aprovechamiento de los residuos para producir energía. Incorporamos 3 contribuciones en la transición justa, donde ponemos a las personas en el centro, para que la descarbonización de la economía tenga rostro humano. En el ámbito de la adaptación al cambio climático presentamos nuestro código de construcción para la resiliencia de la infraestructura y priorizamos la adaptación de los recursos hídricos y del agro. Con orgullo llevamos nuestro diálogo con los pueblos y territorios indígenas que nos han permitido contar con las metas específicas para ello, tanto en la mitigación como en la adaptación al cambio climático, contribuyendo a fortalecer su protagonismo en el programa de pago de servicios ambientales. Invitamos a las naciones aquí reunidas a vernos no solo como una excepción, sino como una demostración de lo posible. La acción climática no es un sacrificio, es una oportunidad para redefinir el desarrollo, para generar empleo, para proteger la vida de nuestro planeta. Acogemos el espíritu de Muchirao que nos acompaña durante la COP30. La implementación no puede esperar y Costa Rica está lista para seguir caminando junto a quienes quieren avanzar con ambición, transparencia y esperanza. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Yenti Bendo, Ambassador of Albania to Brazil. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates. As a developing country, Albania acknowledges that our individual actions alone cannot alter the global trajectory of emissions. Nevertheless, because of our reliance on hydropower, we are proud to be among the few countries that produce no CO2 emissions from energy generation. However, there are hazards associated with this accomplishment because our reliance on climate-sensitive resources exposes us to increasing hydrological variability at a time when energy demand is rising, necessitating innovation and diversity. In this spirit, Albania has embarked on a transformative path toward a resilient and low-carbon future. Our government is in the process of revising the national determined contribution to include a more ambitious target, reaffirming our strong commitment to the Paris Agreement. Prior to COP30, we submitted our first biennial transparency report to UNFCCC, contributing to the global stocktake by demonstrating progress in mitigation, adaptation, and finance. Moreover, the National Adaptation Plan, NAP, a comprehensive national framework for climate resilience, is now under final consultation and will be approved by December 25, next month. Adaptation remains central to Albania's climate policy. To date, 8 municipalities have adopted local adaptation plan and 14 others have initiated the drafting process. Our approach extends to the rural sector when the Climate Resilience and Agricultural Development Project, implemented by the Ministry of Agriculture and supported by the World Bank, is strengthening climate-smart agriculture. Through $70 million investment, it enhances irrigation and drainage infrastructure, supports sustainable farming practice, and empowers farmers to manage climate risks more effectively. Complementing these efforts, the DAP project is modernizing Albania's early warning systems and building community-based resilience mechanisms, prioritizing the protection of vulnerable groups, low-income families, women, children, and the elderly, by ensuring access to timely climate information and adaptive services. These initiatives uphold our citizens' economic, social, and cultural rights, even amid climate-induced challenges. We are also advancing our forestry and ecosystem restoration agenda, a key pillar of our green growth strategy. The government has launched afforestation pilot projects using drone technology, a first in the region, allowing large-scale tree planting in degraded areas with efficiency and precision. Energy transformation remains another cornerstone of Albania's climate and development agenda. Our country continues to expand renewable energy generation beyond hydropower, with growing investments in solar and wind. Sustainability is not only about technology, it is also about protecting our natural heritage. In 2023, Albania declared the Vjosa River Europe's first wild river national park, a milestone in nature-based development. However, we recognize that the path ahead requires collective global effort. For our initiatives to achieve their full potentials, access to climate finance, technology transfer, and capacity building remains essential. We therefore call upon developed nations to honor and amplify their financial commitment under the Paris Agreement. In conclusion, Albania's story is one of ambition, innovation, and partnership, anchored in tradition yet driven by the vision of a sustainable future. Let us unite in delivering our commitments and in building a world that future generations will be proud to inherit. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Kennedy Jerome Swarat Singh, Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development of Trinidad and Tobago. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as a small island developing state, Trinidad and Tobago stand on the front line of the climate crisis. The increasing frequency and intensity of extreme weather events, rising sea levels, and shifting rainfall patterns continue to threaten our people, our ecosystem, and our national development. For Trinidad and Tobago, the climate challenge is not abstract, but it is the daily reality that demands our urgent and sustained global action, one for which the Trinidad and Tobago government remains steadfast in adopting strategic and coordinating approaches to continue to confront and manage its impact. Trinidad and Tobago remains firmly committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions in accordance with our nationally determined contributions. As part of our efforts, we are advancing initiatives to promote the use of electric vehicles within the public sector, expanding the uptake of solar water heaters for household use, and encouraging the transition towards cleaner energy sources such as green hydrogen. We are also exploring opportunities to participate in emerging carbon markets as a means of mobilizing investments in low-carbon development while supporting national decarbonization efforts. Our transition towards a low-carbon and climate-resilient future must also be fair and just, and one that is equitable, inclusive, and leaves no one behind. Trinidad and Tobago is taking concrete steps to protect workers and vulnerable communities, foster new sustainable economic opportunities, and align national development with environmental stewardship. Delivering this transition requires stronger international cooperation, grounded in trust, equity, and shared responsibility, and Trinidad and Tobago will look towards opportunities in this area. At the same time, adaptation requires essential elements to protect our people, infrastructure, and ecosystem. We continue to strengthen resilience through the implementation of our National Adaptation Plan, integrating climate consideration into every facet of national planning. However, Trinidad and Tobago recognizes that ambition alone is not enough, and implementation must now take center stage, as echoed by many parties here at COP. We must now move beyond negotiations and decisions to real on-the-ground implementation that delivers measurable results, build resilient communities, restore ecosystems, and strengthen livelihood. To make this possible, climate finance remains fundamental. It is our hope that developed countries continue to honor their commitments as a matter of equity and global responsibility. Predictable, accessible, and adequate finance is critical to bridge the gap between ambition and implementation, and remains the key tool in the fight against climate change. In concluding, I would like to reaffirm Trinidad and Tobago's commitment to the Paris Agreement and to working collectively towards an inclusive and action-oriented outcome at COP30, one that transforms promises into progress and ensures safer, more resilient plan for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Deborah Mulongo Barasa, Cabinet Secretary for Environment, Climate Change and Forestry of Kenya. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
COP30 President, His Excellency Andre Correa do Lago, Executive Secretary of UNFCCC, Simon Steele, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. We gather here in Belem, a city that stands as a living symbol of what humanity risks losing and what we must fight to protect. The Amazon, the great lung of our planet, surrounds us not as a comforting backdrop, but as a reminder that our time to act is running dangerously short. Africa arrived at COP30 with clarity and with urgency. We are the continent least responsible for this crisis, yet we face its hardest consequences. Droughts, floods, and extreme heat have become part of the daily lives of millions of our people, eroding development gains and straining the very foundations of our economies. These impacts are not just projections, they are the lived reality of a continent already in the eye of the storm. And it is for this reason that Africa continues to call for the formal recognition of its special needs and special circumstances. This is not a plea for sympathy, it is a call for equity and fairness, so that the decisions taken reflect the realities on the ground and guide the support we require in the means of implementation. This COP is witnessing pivotal negotiations on the global goal on adaptation. Africa insists that this goal cannot remain an aspiration without form or measurement. We must agree on a clear framework with indicators that capture the true breadth of adaptation, from resilient infrastructure to food systems, from health to ecosystem protection, and from gender equality to the inclusion of marginalized communities. Adaptation cannot continue to be the poor cousin of climate action, underfunded, vaguely defined, and perpetually delayed. Developing countries, including the LDC, have called for a tripling of adaptation finance, and Africa aligns fully with this demand. We need scaled-up, predictable, and predominantly grant-based funding that does not worsen the debt burdens already crippling our economies. Climate finance itself remaining the defining test of global solidarity. At COP29 in Baku, the world agreed to a new target, USD 1.3 trillion annually by 2035. Here in Belem, we must transform that commitment into implementation by operationalizing the Baku to Belem roadmap. Africa expects a transparent pathway, clear milestones, and financing that reaches those who need it the most, not in trickles, not in complex instruments, but in forms that enable real climate action on the ground. Loss and damage must also receive meaningful allocations. Communities already broken by climate-driven disasters cannot rebuild on promises. Central to Africa's approach is the conviction that we must not only adapt to climate change, but we must also transform. Technology is a cornerstone of this transformation. Yet Africa continues to confront barriers that prevent us from accessing or producing the very technologies that will shape the low-carbon world. Through the Technology Implementation Program, we urge countries to support genuine technology transfer, to address intellectual property constraints, and to invest in regional innovation and manufacturing hubs. Africa cannot remain a consumer of imported solutions. We must be empowered to develop and deploy our own. A just transition must underpin all this work. The global shift away from carbon-intensive pathways must be fair, inclusive, and people-centered, reflecting the developmental needs of Africa's society. In this regard, Africa supports the establishment of an Africa Just Transition Technical Assistance Network to guide countries in protecting workers, building new skills, and ensuring that no community is left behind. At the same time, we caution against unilateral measures, including trade policies that may undermine our exports, restrict our access to green markets, or punish countries that are already striving for a fair transition. Let us be clear, climate justice is incomplete without gender justice. Women across Africa bear the heaviest burdens of climate change, from food insecurity to water scarcity, from caregiving responsibilities to economic disruption. At this COP, we therefore support an enhanced gender action plan that does more than reference gender sensitivity. It must embed gender responsiveness into every decision and address the structural inequalities, including patriarchal system and historical injustices that have long suppressed the voices of women and girls. Excellencies, Africa's message at this COP is simple. We are ready. We are willing partners. We are rich in renewable potential. We are home to the minerals and human capital the world needs for a successful transition. But partnership cannot be one-sided. We need global action that is commensurate with the scale of the crisis and aligned with the urgency of science. Africa comes not with demands, but with a vision of shared prosperity, shared responsibility, and shared survival. Let COP30 be remembered as the COP of truth and hope, when ambition met implementation, when equity guided decisions, when Africa's voice and the voice of all vulnerable nations reshaped the future of global climate action. What we do here in Belém will echo far beyond these walls, across continents and generations. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Joseph Caruana, Permanent Secretary of Malta. You have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I am honored to deliver this statement on behalf of Malta's Minister for the Environment, Energy and Public Cleanliness. Malta expresses its deep appreciation to Brazil for its leadership and hospitality. Excellencies, COP30 is a decisive moment for reaffirming our commitment to multilateralism and the Paris Agreement. The science is clear. We must keep 1.5 within reach. As the IPCC and the global stocktake have shown, ambition and implementation must accelerate. Climate change remains an existential threat as the window to act closes. Malta supports enhanced NDC ambition through the annual UAE dialogue to close gaps, share lessons, and enhance delivery. Malta advances a just transition that benefits all, integrating gender equality, youth participation, and the need of vulnerable communities, especially SIDS and LDCs. We welcome the UAE Belem work program and call for clear, measurable indicators to track global adaptation and resilience progress, and within the NCQG framework for scaled-up adaptation finance and the effective operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund to reach those most affected. Malta's NCP sets a clear mitigation path. a 77% reduction in power sector emissions by 2030, a 59% reduction in waste sector emissions, and a 25% renewable energy share. We are investing in grid upgrades, battery storage, and offshore renewables, supporting the EU's call to triple global renewables, double energy efficiency improvements, and advance the transition away from fossil fuels in line with the COP28 outcome. Importantly, Malta has already reduced its per capita emissions by over 44% compared to 2005, and emissions per unit of GDP by more than 8%, demonstrating our commitment to decoupling growth from emissions. On climate finance, Malta supports the new collective quantified goal and its ambition to mobilize at least $1.3 trillion per year by 2035 from all sources. Climate finance must be accessible, predictable, and responsive to vulnerable countries, particularly for adaptation and loss and damage. Malta stresses cross-cutting action, integrating climate efforts with biodiversity, food security, and nature-based solutions. We are strengthening Mediterranean regional cooperation and remain a committed partner to SIDS, including through support for the Climate Vulnerability and Resilience Index. Finally, on transparency, Malta is committed to robust reporting to ensure our actions are measurable and accountable. Excellencies, COP30 must restore confidence in the UNFCCC process and deliver ambition with fairness, inclusivity, and resilience. Let us turn commitments into tangible action and reaffirm the Paris Agreement as the central, legitimate, and inclusive framework for global climate action. Thank you.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Ali Sharif, Climate Envoy, President's Office of the Maldives. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. His Excellency Ambassador Andre Correa de Lago, President of COP30, Excellencies, friends, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Muiz, President of the Republic of Maldives and the people of the Maldives, I extend our gratitude to the government of Brazil for hosting this COP in the heart of the Amazon. We gather amid geopolitical uncertainty and on the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement. We must prove that multilateralism can deliver. Excellencies, the science is clear. The climate crisis is accelerating. The gap between what we must do and what we are doing widens daily. Let us be candid. 30 COPs, 3 decades of promises and pledges, a decade since the Paris Agreement. Yet emissions rise, finance falls short, and the world remains far from the 1.5-degree pathway. This is not about blame, this is about responsibility. We are SIDS with structural vulnerabilities and many challenges. Despite this, the Maldives submitted an ambitious third NDC this February, strengthening our emission reduction efforts and safeguarding our climate exposed sectors through 2035. We are now nearing the end of COP30, 30 years of negotiations. The system designs a decade ago no longer reflect our vulnerability or urgency of this crisis. It is essential that we build on the outcome of Baku and advance the implementation of the NCQG on climate finance. Current access to the finance remains slow, fragmented, and heavily bureaucratic. This COP must reaffirm that adaptation is a global priority equal to mitigation. The global finance architecture must evolve. The indicators on the global goal on adaptation must be manageable and easy measurable to track genuine progress. Climate adaptation finance must be scaled up, accessible, predictable, and primarily grant-based. We urgently call for tripling adaptation finance to $120 billion by 2030. Excellencies, the Maldives is here in Belém in the spirit of cooperation, committed to rebuilding trust and accelerating delivery. We call on all parties who have not yet submitted their NDCs to do so and to align with the 1.5-degree pathway. Let COP30 be the moment the world begins to deliver on its promises, for the vulnerable survival is at stake. We negotiate to defend our present and our future. The Maldives stands ready to act. We call on our partners to join us, and I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Ahmed bin Mohammed Al-Shaibani, Ambassador of the State of Qatar to Brazil. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
سعادة رئيس مؤتمر الأطراف الثلاثون لاتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية بشأن تغير المناخ، أصحاب السعادة السيدات والسادة، يسرني أن أتقدم بخالص الشكر لجمهورية البرازيل الاتحادية على حسن الاستقبال وكرم الضيافة، وللأمين التنفيذي لاتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية بشأن تغير المناخ على الجهود التنظيمية. أصحاب السعادة، إن مجابهة تغير المناخ مسؤولية جماعية مشتركة تتطلب جهدا دوليا متضافرا يقوم على مبادئ العدالة والإنصاف ومبدأ المسؤوليات المشتركة ولكن المتباينة، كما تتطلب مراعاة الظروف الوطنية للدول النامية. تؤكد دولة قطر التزامها الثابت بأهداف واتفاقات النظام المناخي الدولي، وعلى رأسها اتفاق باريس، وبضرورة الحفاظ عليه دون إعادة صياغة أو فرض التزامات جديدة تتجاوز ما تم الاتفاق عليه. تواصل دولة قطر جهودها الوطنية الطموحة الهادفة إلى تحقيق التوازن بين النمو الاقتصادي وحماية البيئة وصولا إلى مستقبل منخفض الانبعاثات وأكثر استدامة من خلال خطة العمل الوطنية للتغير المناخي التي تشكل إطاراً شاملاً يضم العديد من المبادرات والإجراءات للتخفيف والتكيف، وتستهدف خفض انبعاثات الغازات الدفيئة بنسبة 25% بحلول عام 2030 وتعزيز كفاءة استخدام الطاقة. السيدات والسادة، تعمل دولة قطر على تعزيز استثماراتها في الطاقة المتجددة وتنويع مزيج الطاقة الوطني من خلال مشاريع الطاقة شمسية كبرى وزيادة نسبة الطاقة النظيفة في منظومة الطاقة الوطنية، إلى جانب تنفيذ برامج وطنية لرفع كفاءة استهلاك الكهرباء والمياه في مختلف القطاعات. كما حققت دولة قطر في قطاع النقل والبنية التحتية تقدما ملحوظا يعكس توجها نحو اقتصاد منخفض الانبعاثات، حيث تم تشغيل مترو الدوحة وترام بلوسيل كنماذج فعالة للنقل المستدام، إلى جانب توسعة شبكة الرصد البيئي لمراقبة جودة الهواء وضمان الالتزام بأعلى المعايير البيئية. وعلى المستوى الدولي تواصل دولة قطر أداء دورها في دعم الجهود العالمية للتصدي لتغير المناخ، سواء عبر دعم الدول أقل نمواً في بناء قدراتها البيئية والتكنولوجية أو عبر المساهمة في أمن الطاقة العالمي من خلال توفير غاز طبيعي مسال عالي الكفاءة. الحضور الكريم، إن التحدي المناخي يتجاوز كونه قضية بيئية ليصبح قضية تنموية واجتماعية واقتصادية شاملة، تتطلب تضافر الجهود بين الحكومات والقطاع الخاص والمجتمع المدني، وتدعو إلى تعزيز التعاون الدولي وتفعيل آليات التنفيذ بما يسمح للدول بتحقيق أهدافها الوطنية وفق قدراتها وظروفها، مع ضرورة وضع ونهج عالمي متوازن يحافظ على فرص التنمية للدول النامية. وختاماً، تتطلع دولة قطر إلى أن تسهم في مداولات مؤتمر الأطراف الثلاثون في إجراء تقدم ملموس يدعم الثقة في العمل المناخي المتعدد الأطراف ويعزز الانسجام بين التطلعات العالمية والقدرات الوطنية على أرض الواقع. وشكرا للسيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Ibrahim Komara, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Guinea to Brazil. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président de la COP30, permettez-moi tout d'abord d'exprimer la profonde gratitude de la République de Guinée au gouvernement brésilien pour son hospitalité combien fraternelle et l'organisation tant exemplaire de cette 30e conférence des parties à la Convention cadre des Nations Unies sur les changements climatiques dans cette ville historique et inspirante de Belém. Monsieur le Président, la République de Guinée demeure résolument engagée dans la mise en œuvre de la Convention cadre des Nations Unies sur les changements climatiques et l'accord de Paris. Le bilan de la CDND l'atteste éloquemment avec une cible atteinte aux 2 tiers pour la baisse des émissions sans aide extérieure sur la période 2021-2025. Le changement d'utilité des terres contre un quart pour l'objectif de réduction d'émissions avec l'appui de ses partenaires techniques et financiers internationaux. Depuis l'adoption de l'accord de Paris en 2015, la Guinée a consenti de gros efforts pour atténuer ses émissions et adapter ses infrastructures par des mesures concrètes, dont, entre autres, la mise en service de nouveaux barrages hydroélectriques, la conception d'un instrument innovant de tarification carbone dans le secteur minier, ce qui est premier du genre en Afrique, l'adoption d'un décret interdisant les plastiques à usage unique et le développement de pratiques agricoles durables et résilientes au changement climatique. Dans le même élan dynamique, notre pays a adopté le 16 octobre 2023 sa 3e génération de contributions déterminée au niveau national, traduisant une ambition renforcée en matière d'adaptation et des engagements structurés autour des axes prioritaires suivants: l'accélération du développement des énergies renouvelables, la lutte contre la déforestation et l'extension des aires protégées, la sauvegarde des écosystèmes du massif du Fouta-Djallon, qui constitue le château d'eau de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, et la décarbonation du secteur minier, conformément au programme Simandou 2040. L'objectif de la Guinée est de réaliser une réduction globale de 20% des émissions de gaz à effet de serre d'ici à 2035 sur les secteurs de l'énergie, des mines et des déchets, pouvant atteindre 49% en intégrant la contribution des forêts guinéennes qui constituent un véritable puits de carbone pour l'Afrique. Ces ambitions traduisent la vision responsable de son Excellence M. Mamadi Doumbouya, président de la République, chef de l'État, et s'inscrivent dans le cadre juridique et institutionnel national, notamment le Code forestier et le Code environnemental. Monsieur le Président, la mise en œuvre effective de la CDN3 requiert un soutien accru des partenaires bilatéraux et multilatéraux, techniques et financiers, car aucun pays ne peut relever seul le défi climatique. C'est dans ce cadre que la Guinée réitère son appel au renforcement du financement international à travers une mobilisation accrue des fonds verts pour le climat, etc. Monsieur le Président, en tant que nation engagée sur le développement durable, la République de Guinée réaffirme sa volonté de contribuer activement à la limitation du réchauffement planétaire à 1,5%. Pour y parvenir, nous lançons un appel solennel à la solidarité internationale afin que les décisions de Belém traduisent une mobilisation concrète pour la mise en œuvre du CDN et pour la protection des générations présentes et futures. Vive la coopération internationale, vive la solidarité climatique mondiale. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Monique Barbiou, Minister for Ecological Transition, Biodiversity and International Negotiations on Climate and Nature of France. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mesdames, Messieurs, chers collègues, je souhaite tout d'abord remercier la présidence brésilienne de nous accueillir ici à Belém pour la COP30 dans cette ville au cœur de l'Amazonie. Comme vous le savez, nous célébrons cette année les 10 ans de l'accord de Paris. Permettez-moi de revenir un instant sur le bilan de ces 10 années. Avant l'accord de Paris, nous étions sur une trajectoire de 4 à 5 degrés. Nous sommes désormais sur une trajectoire de 2 à 3 degrés. C'est encore beaucoup trop, mais nous avons évité le pire. Depuis 10 ans, le prix des panneaux solaires a été divisé par 10 et le prix des éoliennes a été divisé par 3. Il y a 10 ans, une nouvelle voiture sur 100 était électrique. Aujourd'hui, une nouvelle voiture sur 5 est électrique. Ces chiffres montrent l'ampleur du chemin parcouru et à quel point l'accord de Paris a transformé nos quotidiens. Dans ce combat contre le changement climatique, la France et l'Union européenne font leur part. Sur l'atténuation, l'Union européenne vient de s'engager sur une baisse de 90% des émissions d'ici 2040. Ce n'est pas une déclaration politique, c'est un objectif juridiquement contraignant. Aujourd'hui, l'Union européenne est le continent le plus ambitieux au monde sur le plan climatique. Nous avons aussi choisi de consacrer 5% de cette baisse aux crédits carbone internationaux. C'est essentiel car l'Union européenne ne représente plus que 6% des émissions mondiales. Et tous ces efforts seront vains si l'Europe ne se tourne pas également vers le reste du monde qui représente 94% des émissions. Nous assumons aussi nos responsabilités sur le plan de la finance climat avec près de 40% de la finance publique climat mondiale. À titre national, la France a consacré 7 milliards d'euros de financement public pour la solidarité climatique en 2024, dont plus de 40% pour l'adaptation. Au-delà de ces chiffres, l'Union européenne trace la voie d'un modèle qui concilie écologie et économie. Depuis 1990, l'Europe a diminué ses émissions de 40%. Dans le même temps, sa richesse a augmenté de 70%. En France, une usine sur 2 qui ouvre est une usine qui œuvre pour la transition écologique. Je voudrais aussi souligner que les efforts que nous faisons ne pourront fonctionner que s'ils sont partagés par tous. À l'heure où nous parlons, plus de 75 pays n'ont pas encore remis leur NDC. Or, c'est une obligation de l'accord de Paris auquel nous avons tous souscrit. Aujourd'hui, la somme des NDC publiés nous conduit à un réchauffement de 2,6 degrés. Et les scientifiques nous alertent sur l'imminence du dépassement de notre objectif d'1,5 degré. En parallèle, les attaques contre la science et contre le fonctionnement même du GIEC se multiplient. Je veux dire très clairement que ces attaques sont inacceptables. La France est d'ailleurs fière d'accueillir du 1er au 5 décembre la première réunion de tous les auteurs du GIEC à Paris dans le cadre du lancement du 7e cycle des rapports. Il faut se ressaisir et ne pas céder aux calculs politiques de court terme qui nous condamnent collectivement à vivre dans un monde beaucoup plus dangereux et beaucoup plus déréglé. Dans ces conditions, les priorités de la France pour cette COP30 sont très claires. Tout d'abord, il nous faut accentuer nos efforts sur l'atténuation. Ceci sera un facteur de succès ou d'échec de cette COP. Cela suppose bien entendu qu'un document politique agréé nous permette d'envoyer ce message, comme cela a été le cas dans les autres COP. Ce document devra aussi mentionner la mise en œuvre du bilan mondial que nous avons agréé à Dubaï lors de la COP28, s'agissant en particulier de la sortie progressive des énergies fossiles. Ensuite, nous ne devons pas nous tromper de combat sur le financement. Des engagements très clairs ont été pris l'année dernière à Bakou, avec 300 milliards de dollars par an de financement public d'ici 2035. L'objectif est maintenant de s'entendre sur la mise en œuvre de cet objectif. Enfin, nous devons définir collectivement notre nouvel objectif global sur l'adaptation, avec en particulier des indicateurs clairs qui s'inscrivent dans le cadre de nos décisions précédentes. C'est sur la base de ces principes que la France agira pendant cette COP. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Sadiqe Torabi Palatkale, Deputy Head for Human Environment, Department of Environment of the Islamic Republic of Iran. You have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. President, Excellencies, at the outset, the Islamic Republic of Iran expressed its appreciation to the government and people of Brazil for hosting COP30 in Belém, and to the UNFCCC Secretariat for their support. Iran aligns itself with the statements of the Group of 77 and China and the like-minded developing countries. Mr. President, COP30 takes place at a time when climate impacts are intensifying. For Iran, one of the most climate-sensitive and arid regions, droughts, water scarcity, extreme heat, wildfires, and dust storms are imposing serious pressure on our communities and developments. Iran stressed that we cannot support any increase in mitigation ambition or new emission reduction targets without adequate, predictable, and accessible support for developing countries. Ambition must be matched with means of implementation, including finance, technology transfer, and capacity building. Adaptation remains a top and urgent priority for Iran and many developing countries. Strengthening early warning systems, protecting water resources, and supporting vulnerable communities require scaled-up, grant-based, and needs-driven finance. Iran underscores the need to operationalize a robust global goal on adaptation with clear indicators and a strengthened monitoring framework. These indicators must clearly distinguish between developed and developing countries, reflecting their differing responsibilities and capacities and avoiding additional reporting burdens for developing nations. On the just transition, Iran supports efforts rooted in equity and CBDR-RC. We highlight the importance of establishing the proposed mechanism for institutional arrangement under the COP30 Just Transition Work Program to support developing countries in implementing their NDCs. However, progress across the UNFCCC agenda is hindered by unilateral coercive measures which restrict access to climate finance, banking systems, green technologies, and international cooperation. These measures contradict equity and CBDR-RC and undermine trust in the multilateral process. On gender-related activities, including the Gender Action Plan, Iran emphasizes the need to fully respect national laws, cultural values, and national circumstances, and to avoid perspective approaches. Iran also appreciates the presidency engagement on new agenda items, including addressing the climate-related impact of UCMs and ensuring full implementation of Article 9.1 of the Paris Agreement, which obliges developed countries to provide financial resources to developing countries. Mr. President, Iran stands ready to work toward a balanced, equitable, and credible outcome at COP30, advancing adaptation, mitigation, technology transfer, and capacity building in a fair and depoliticized multilateral framework. Thank you.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Song Chol-in, First Secretary of the Permanent Mission of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea to Geneva. You have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, au nom de la délégation de la République populaire démocrate de Corée, permettez-moi d'exprimer ma gratitude au gouvernement de la République fédérative du Brésil et au secrétariat de la CNIC pour leurs efforts actifs en vue d'assurer le succès de la conférence. Monsieur le Président, depuis l'adoption de la CNIC à Rio de Janeiro, au Brésil, il y a 33 ans, la communauté internationale a pris la conscience sur la gravité des changements climatiques et a déploré des efforts pour réduire les émissions de gaz à effet de serre qui en sont des principales causes. L'accord de Paris adopté en 2015 a constitué un jalon important permettant à la communauté internationale de s'attaquer au changement climatique avec des objectifs plus clairs. Cependant, bien que 10 ans se soient écoulés depuis son adoption, les phénomènes climatiques extrêmes liés au réchauffement de la planète se multiplient de manière plus fréquente. Le changement climatique qui menace gravement la sécurité de la vie humaine est le résultat tragique engendré par l'exploitation illimitée des ressources et du développement industriel des États-Unis et des pays occidentaux. Pourtant, les pays développés se hâtent de trouver des prétextes pour échapper à leurs responsabilités tout en retardant l'obligation de fournir un financement annuel de 100 milliards de dollars américains pour soutenir les efforts des pays en développement face au changement climatique tel que stipulé dans l'accord de Paris. De plus, il est vraiment déplorable qu'un membre des Nations Unies qui porte la plus grande responsabilité morale dans le domaine de la lutte contre le changement climatique a non seulement quitté l'accord de Paris en début de cette année, mais également qualifié le changement climatique de supercherie et les climatologistes de menteurs, sapant ainsi les efforts internationaux pour réduire les émissions de gaz à effet de serre. Les pays développés responsables de la crise climatique actuelle doivent impérativement mener la réduction des émissions de gaz à effet de serre et s'acquitter de leurs obligations financières envers les pays en développement. Monsieur le Président, sous la direction éminente du camarade Kim Jong-un, président de la Commission des affaires d'État de la République populaire démocratique de Corée, notre pays a mis en avant le renforcement des capacités nationales pour faire face aux catastrophes naturelles comme une question cruciale pour assurer la sécurité nationale et protéger fermement la vie et les biens de la population. En 2020 et 2022, nous avons planté près de 1,167 milliard d'arbres tout en mettant en place des mesures de prévention des incendies de forêt et nous poursuivons vigoureusement l'augmentation de part des énergies renouvelables en accélérant les efforts pour développer de nouvelles sources d'énergie. Monsieur le Président, le changement climatique n'est pas un problème limité à un seul pays, mais une menace commune à laquelle le monde entier est confronté. Le gouvernement de la République populaire démocratique de Corée continuera à contribuer activement aux efforts de la communauté internationale pour éliminer les risques du changement climatique et construire un avenir plus vert, meilleur et plus vivable en assumant pleinement ses responsabilités et obligations. Je vous remercie. Obrigado.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Dini Abdullah Omar, Secretary General of the Ministry of the Environment and Sustainable Development of Djibouti. You have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, la COP30 coïncide avec le 2e anniversaire de l'accord de Paris qui a représenté un immense espoir pour les populations de tous les pays. À Paris, les pays se sont engagés à réduire l'augmentation de la température moyenne à 2 degrés Celsius. Force est de constater que 10 ans après, nous nous retrouvons face à une grave escalade des risques et des dommages climatiques selon le rapport des Nations Unies pour l'environnement. Certes, les actions prises par les différents gouvernements ont permis de réduire les émissions de gaz à effet de serre, mais le rythme des progrès reste trop lent pour atteindre l'objectif de limitation de la température à 2 degrés Celsius. C'est la raison pour laquelle nous exhortons les pays développés à réduire de façon drastique leurs émissions de gaz à effet de serre. Il est essentiel de s'attaquer aux causes du changement climatique en prenant des actions concrètes pour sortir progressivement des énergies fossiles. Il est tout aussi impératif d'investir massivement dans les énergies renouvelables si on souhaite limiter le réchauffement à 2 degrés Celsius. Le changement climatique n'est pas une menace lointaine, c'est une réalité dramatique pour les populations vulnérables qui subissent les vagues de chaleur, les sécheresses, les inondations, les ouragans, les feux de forêt et la montée de niveau de la mer. Nous constatons les effets dévastateurs du changement climatique sur tous les continents. Djibouti réaffirme son soutien au multilatéralisme car aucun pays ne peut résoudre seul la crise climatique mondiale. Djibouti réaffirme également l'importance de s'appuyer sur la connaissance scientifique pour mener les actions d'atténuation et d'adaptation au changement climatique. Il est notamment crucial de s'appuyer sur le rapport scientifique du groupe intergouvernemental sur l'évolution du climat. Monsieur le Président, l'Afrique ne contribue que 4% aux émissions de gaz à effet de serre, mais notre continent subit déjà de plein fouet les conséquences néfastes du changement climatique. Djibouti vient ainsi de subir une sécheresse longue et dévastatrice qui a nécessité une grande mobilisation du gouvernement pour venir en aide aux populations souffrant de la soif et de l'insécurité alimentaire. À la période de sécheresse succèdent souvent des inondations dévastatrices qui détruisent les périmètres agricoles, les logements et les routes. Conformément à l'accord de Paris, la République de Djibouti contribue selon ses capacités à l'effort mondial visant à contenir l'élévation de la température moyenne de la planète bien en dessous de 2 degrés. Les mesures d'atténuation mises en œuvre par le gouvernement reposent sur trois secteurs stratégiques. Le développement des énergies renouvelables pour diversifier le mix énergétique et réduire la dépendance aux énergies fossiles, la promotion des pratiques agricoles, forestières et de gestion des terres durables afin de renforcer la séquestration du carbone, ainsi que la mise en œuvre de solutions intégrées dans le secteur des déchets, axées sur la réduction, la valorisation et le recyclage. Le gouvernement a ainsi réalisé des projets concrets et coûteux pour apporter l'hydroélectricité de l'Éthiopie, installer un parc éolien de 60 MW, mettre en place des mini-centrales solaires dans les différentes localités du pays. Ces investissements ont déjà permis de produire de 70% notre électricité à partir des énergies renouvelables. Afin de permettre aux populations de faire face au stress hydrique et de développer une agriculture résiliente, Djibouti a réalisé l'adduction d'eau à partir d'Éthiopie et développé le dessalement de l'eau de mer. Djibouti a également mobilisé les eaux souterraines et de surface pour combattre la soif. Djibouti a aussi construit des digues et des barrages pour lutter contre les inondations qui menacent nos villes côtières et nos infrastructures portières. Toutes ces réalisations coûtent cher et le coût financier augmentera avec l'aggravation de la crise climatique. Djibouti possède un énorme potentiel en matière d'énergie renouvelable, notamment dans l'énergie éolienne, le solaire et la géothermie. Le développement de ces énergies renouvelables exige des sommes financières colossales qui dépassent la capacité budgétaire de notre pays. Les actions d'adaptation nécessitent aussi des efforts financiers considérables. C'est la raison pour laquelle nous exhortons les pays développés à concrétiser leurs promesses de soutien financier en faveur des pays en développement, notamment les pays les moins avancés. Nous demandons notamment que le financement en faveur de l'adaptation soit renforcé. Il est aussi indispensable de mobiliser le financement pour les pertes et les dommages. Il est normal que les pays qui contribuent plus au réchauffement global et qui ont des capacités financières soutiennent financièrement les pays les plus vulnérables au dérèglement climatique. Il s'agit de la justice climatique. L'Afrique ne demande pas la charité, mais l'équité. Djibouti a soumis sa contribution déterminée au niveau national qui précise les projets à mettre en œuvre dans les domaines d'adaptation et d'atténuation au changement climatique. Notre CDN prévoit de réduire 65% de nos émissions de gaz à effet de serre. De la mobilisation du financement international dépendra la réussite des actions dans le 2 CDN. Djibouti demande un financement public prévisible additionnel. Djibouti demande également un financement innovant, notamment la taxe carbone et le crédit carbone. Merci.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Carl Dudek, External Relations Administrator of Monaco. You have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers collègues, je souhaite tout d'abord remercier au nom de la Principauté le Brésil pour l'organisation de cette conférence qui démontre depuis le début de ses travaux et même en amont la compétence de la présidence et la motivation des partis à parvenir à des résultats ambitieux. Le président Correa do Lago l'a rappelé dans son allocution d'ouverture, nous, délégués, sommes tous formés à défendre et promouvoir les priorités de nos pays, mais les négociations climatiques poursuivent également un intérêt supérieur. Il s'agit d'assurer la sauvegarde des intérêts des États que nous représentons et d'assurer, dans le même temps, la plus haute ambition possible. Lors du sommet sur le climat il y a 10 jours, Son Altesse Sérénissime, le Prince souverain, l'a aussi exprimé en rappelant que nous avons une responsabilité envers l'avenir. Monaco l'assume pleinement. En premier lieu, au niveau national, notre nouvelle contribution nous engage d'ici 2035 à réduire de 67,6% nos émissions de gaz à effet de serre par rapport à 1990. Pour atteindre cet objectif ambitieux, aligné sur la trajectoire de 1,5 degré Celsius d'augmentation fixée par le GIEC, le recours aux énergies fossiles sera limité et les énergies renouvelables y seront substituées. Mais notre vision est plus large que la simple décarbonation. Elle inclut par exemple la biodiversité comme pilier de nos politiques publiques pour améliorer la qualité de vie et nous permettre d'affronter les effets des changements climatiques. En outre, mon pays ne saurait concevoir son action climatique exclusivement au sein de ses frontières. Le prince souverain a donc décidé, conformément au nouvel objectif collectif adopté à Bakou, de doubler le financement international consacré spécifiquement à l'action climatique des pays en développement d'ici 2028. La contribution monégasque au Fonds vert pour le climat atteindra ainsi prochainement 1 million d'euros par an. Notre soutien financier à l'initiative Cruz sur les systèmes d'alerte précoce quadruplera dès l'année prochaine. Et enfin, le financement des activités du secrétariat de la Convention sera également majoré. Monsieur le Président, si des événements climatiques extrêmes nous rappellent régulièrement l'urgence de notre action, il convient de ne pas oublier des événements à évolution lente. La fonte de la cryosphère, principalement irréversible, la désoxygénation et l'acidification des océans, pour ne citer que cela, auront des conséquences dramatiques sur toutes les côtes du monde. Notre action collective doit donc reposer sur la science et sur le droit international. À cet égard, Monaco s'inquiète des atteintes sans cesse plus nombreuses portées à la science. Aussi, nous sommes préoccupés quant à l'absence de référence dans les discussions en cours à l'avis consultatif de la Cour internationale de justice sur les changements climatiques. La COP30 ne saurait manquer cet avis fondamental pour le système multilatéral relatif au changement climatique. Alors, en cette veille de fête nationale à Monaco, je tiens à redire à chacune des parties présentes ici à Belém, sur ce chemin difficile de la lutte contre les changements climatiques, vous trouverez toujours Monaco à vos côtés. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Theodulus Nesimiris, Director of the Department of Environment of Cyprus. You have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is an honor to address this conference on behalf of the Republic of Cyprus, and I would like to extend my thanks to the government of Brazil and to the people of Belém for hosting this very important event. Gathered here in the Amazon, we must form a defining moment for implementation and ambition, the moment when the world commits to align our collective pathway with the 1.5 Celsius degrees goal in the climate resilient future. Following the global stocktake, we now know clearly where we stand and how far we must go. We must send a strong and united message that all parties are committed to enhance NDC for the post-2030 period, which will reflect real progress and the highest possible ambition, be aligned with emission pathways that limit global warming to 1.5 Celsius degrees and the best available science in light of different national circumstances, as well as include economy-wide absolute emission reduction targets. Furthermore, we should strengthen global mitigation ambition and call for a collective global response to reduce the NDC gap. We also need to agree on a credible pathway for scaling up adaptation and climate finance, particularly for the most vulnerable countries, and to ensure that the Loss and Damage Fund becomes fully operational and accessible. These outcomes are essential for maintaining trust and solidarity within the global climate regime. What is equally crucial is the global energy transition. We need to triple renewable energy capacity globally and double the global average annual rate of energy efficiency improvements by 2030, coupled with an acceleration of zero and low emissions technologies and just phasing out of fossil fuel energy production and consumption globally. Excellencies, my country, Cyprus, is a small island state that lies in the Eastern Mediterranean, a region of the world recognized as a climate hotspot and already facing the severe consequences of climate change. The Mediterranean is one of the warming regions in the world, with droughts, wildfires and water scarcity threatening our ecosystems, food production, and way of life. For us, climate action is not an abstract goal, it's an urgent reality. As we prepare to assume the presidency of the Council of the European Union in January 2026, Cyprus reaffirms fully aligned with the European Union's long-term objective of climate neutrality by 2050 and supports the ongoing work at EU level to define the 2040 climate framework that will guide our transition in the next critical decade. Our national and energy plan includes, inter alia, a lot of measures for reducing emissions reductions. Cyprus stands ready to play its part, guided by science, solidarity, and the shared responsibility to safeguard our common home. The world expects COP30 to deliver not only words, but clear direction and renewed determination. Let us not allow our children to inherit a planet gasping for breath, from the Amazon to the Mediterranean. Let COP30 be remembered as the year humanity chose commitment over regret. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Emmanuel King Ure Yarkawolu, Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Environmental Protection Agency of Liberia. You have the floor.
Your Excellencies, brothers and sisters across Africa and throughout the diaspora, Liberia congratulates Brazil for its leadership for hosting COP30. We align with the LDC and add the following. Today I speak directly to Africans everywhere, those on the continent and those in the diaspora, especially Latin America and the Caribbean. Although history places us in different geographies, we are one people, shaped by shared struggles, shared resilience, and shared hope. Africans on the continent contribute the least to climate change, but suffer the hardest impact. At the same time, Africans in the diaspora still carry the scars of slavery and marginalization, often unheard in global decision-making. That these two injustices cannot divide us. They should unite us. Climate justice for Africa must be a point of conversion for all African people, everywhere we are. Liberia, therefore, strongly supports the call for recognition of Africa's special needs and circumstances, because this is captured in the Paris Agreement. And equally, we proudly support the Belém Declaration on people of African descent, affirming dignity, rights, and leadership of African-descended communities worldwide. To Africans in the diaspora, your voice in the climate space matters. Stand firmly with Africa's demand for special needs and circumstances. When Africa rises, you rise also. To Africans on the continent, stand firmly with your brothers and sisters across the Americas and the Caribbean as they claim their rightful place in the global climate governance. When they are recognized, we all are recognized. Brothers and sisters, unity is our power. Liberia is acting with ambition. We submitted our third nationally determined contribution, reducing emission by 64% by 2035. One of the most climate vulnerable nations, that's Liberia, with huge mitigation capacity, adaptation is our priority. We call for a fully operational global goal on adaptation with measurable indicators and real support. Adaptation finance must be new, predictable, grant-based, and accessible. We emphasize protecting forests, mangroves, and wetlands as nation-based solutions. We call for stronger partnership on financing. We align with the Africa Group on the Development Center, nationally driven just transition, one that expands energy access, protects communities, and avoids harmful trade practices. In closing, Liberia reaffirms its commitment to unity and multilateral cooperation. Let COP30 be remembered as a movement when Africans everywhere, on the continent and in the diaspora, stood together with one voice. We are one people, we share one history, and we must shape a resilient future together. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Ahmad Sandeh, Consultant, Ministry of Local Administration and Environment of the Syrian Arab Republic. You have the floor.
السيد الرئيس، أصحاب الفخامة والسمو، يطيب لي بداية أن أتوجه إليكم وإلى جمهورية البرازيل الاتحادية قيادة وشعبا بخالص الشكر على استضافة قمة المناخ هنا في بيلم، قلب الأمازون النابض بالحياة. أحمل إليكم تحيات الشعب السوري الذي يشارككم الأمل في أن تكون هذه القمة نقطة تحول حاسمة من التعهدات النظرية إلى التنفيذ الفعلي فعلا. نجتمع اليوم وبلدي يواجه واقعا مناخيا قاسيا لم يعد مجرد توقعات، إذ تشير بياناتنا الوطنية لعام 25 إلى انخفاض حاد في الهطولات المطرية بلغت نسبتها أكثر من 54% عن المعدلات السنوية، مما أدى إلى عجز مائي وضع حصة الفرد السورية عند عتبة 680 متر مكعب سنويا، أي ما دون خط الفقر المائي. لقد تزامنت هذه الندرة مع موجات حر غير مسبوقة وحرائق غابات متكررة من شتى الأراضي الزراعية وغيرها، حتى الغابات لم تكن ببعيد عن هذا المنأى، مما أدى لجعل أكثر من 60% من أراضينا الزراعية على امتداد القطر معرضة للتصحر. وقد هددت هذه الأخيرة الأمن الغذائي لأكثر من 9 ملايين مواطن في ظل ظروف استثنائية فاقمها تدمير كامل أو شبه كامل للبنى التحتية اللازمة خلال سنوات الحرب. ورغم قسوة وشدة هذه التحديات فإن الجمهورية العربية السورية لا تقف مكتوفة الأيدي، فنحن نمضي قدما في تنفيذ استراتيجية الطاقة المتجددة لعام 2030 والتي تهدف لرفع مساهمات الطاقة النظيفة إلى 10%، مدعومة بحزمة من التشريعات الحديثة اللازمة لذلك وصندوق لدعم الطاقات المتجددة، وذلك ضمن رؤية وطنية تسعى لدمج إعادة الإعمار الأخضر في خططنا التنموية. ولكي تترجم هذه الخطط إلى واقع حقيقي لا بد بأن نؤكد على ضرورة التمسك بمبدأ المسؤوليات المشتركة لكن المتباينة، ونطالب بتفعيل آليات الوصول المباشر لصناديق المناخ لنتجاوز العقبات البيروقراطية التي تحرم الدول الأكثر هشاشة من هذا الدعم. كما نجدد دعوتنا لرفع الإجراءات الاقتصادية وحادية الجانب التي تقوض قدرتنا على استيراد التكنولوجيا الخضراء اللازمة للحياة. إن التحدي المناخي لا يعترف بالحدود السياسية، ونتطلع من خلال هذا المؤتمر إلى إرساء شراكات عادلة تضمن مستقبلا آمنا للجميع وبناء مستقبل مستدام لا يترك فيه أحد خلف الركب. وشكرا لكم.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Sunima Deyatunga, Additional Secretary, Environment Development of the Ministry of Environment of Sri Lanka. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Standing at the front line of climate vulnerability, Sri Lanka has learned that resilience is not built in isolation. Today, we are honored to join the 30th session of the Conference of Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I deliver this statement on behalf of the government of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka and her 23 million inhabitants. At the outset, Sri Lanka extends its sincere appreciation and congratulations to the government and the people of Brazil for the successful hosting of the 30th session of the Conference of Parties to the UNFCCC in this beautiful city, Belém, and their generous hospitality and warm reception. Mr. President, our commitments, including children, youth, women, and our indigenous communities, are waiting to implement the ambitious target we have set. Our communities are waiting to operationalize our climate change action plans. Also, they are waiting for simplified access modalities to the Loss and Damage Fund and for strengthened readiness support for the institutions that are working to deliver community resilience. Sri Lanka has formulated its NDC 3 with highly ambitious and progressive targets. Last year, Sri Lanka embarked on transformative pathways. We updated our National Adaptation Plan, advanced work on carbon markets and Article 6 mechanisms, and unveiled our updated Climate Prosperity Plan. These plans are fundamentally geared toward making a substantial contribution to the global 1.5 centigrade temperature goal and enhancing the nation's climate resilience. Our nation's deliberation is highlighted by the fact that these targets were established while Sri Lanka, a small developing country, was enduring a severe economic crisis. The successful implementation of these critical and ambitious plans is contingent upon robust international assistance. COP30 must deliver on the global goal on adaptation. Also, COP30 must ensure a fair and balanced share of what was promised under the new collective quantified goal on climate finance and must commit to a new ambitious adaptation finance goal. For us, as a developing country, adaptation remains a crucial pillar of our climate response. Since the adoption of UAE Global Climate Resilience Framework, the financing gap for adaptation has widened further. We must confront the hard realities of access, quality, and provision of adaptation finance, especially in the light of rapidly evolving needs of developing countries. We call on developed country parties to deliver on their commitments. NAP's agenda is also critically important to all developing countries, including Sri Lanka, particularly on the implementation of adaptation actions to enhance climate resilience and NDCs. We would like to reiterate the importance of means of implementation, including finance, capacity building, and technology in implementing NAPs, and as we see need for stronger reference in the forthcoming NAPs decision as a developing country at COP30. In a world reshaped by climate risk, Sri Lanka's greatest strength lies in the global solidarity we share in this room today. Sri Lanka looks forward to an outcome at COP30 that allows all our communities to stand stronger, safer, and more resilient. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Noraline Oye, Deputy Head of Delegation, Assistant Secretary of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources of the Philippines. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, the Philippines extends our congratulations to Brazil for hosting this COP. The relentless spate of climate-induced disasters battering our nations cannot be more footnotes in our proceedings. They must be the stark, undeniable reason for swift, transformative action and decisions. We gather with the interest to conclude as many items as possible. The thrust of this being an implementation COP is within our grasp. We need only push further to make it a true results COP. To achieve this, we must deliver on several critical priorities. First, we must reach consensus on the global goal on adaptation indicators that are non-prescriptive, country-driven, scientifically sound, and flexible. They must reflect our diverse realities and capture the means of implementation for the UAE framework. We join the call to triple adaptation finance by 2030. Closing this gap is essential for building resilience. Second, COP30 must deliver a meaningful outcome on Article 9.1 by setting a clear path for implementation. This must be grounded in the core obligation of developed countries to provide public, grant-based, and highly concessional finance that does not create new debt burdens. We must advance quantified pathways towards mobilizing USD 1.3 trillion annually by 2035 to close the mitigation adaptation gaps for vulnerable developing countries. Third, we welcome the operationalization of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage and the launching of the first call for requests. We must build on this momentum by rapidly scaling up funding commensurate to the needs of developing countries and agreeing on a robust, sustainable, and predictable financing strategy that enables simplified direct access modalities for vulnerable developing nations. Fourth, we call for the urgent operationalization of the UAE Just Transition Work Program. This requires a coherent governance structure that empowers and protects workers, indigenous peoples, women and girls, children, youth, and older persons, grounded in labor rights and social dialogue so that no one is left behind. We reiterate the fundamental value of science, multilateralism, and a realistic mindset. We must act before it is too late. The Philippines stands with our ASEAN neighbors, united in purpose and action, mindful of our unique developmental needs and circumstances, and so for potential for growth and the prosperity of our people. Guided by President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr.'s call to work with parties to ensure that the voices of those most affected by climate change shape the future of international climate policies, we are here to turn pledges into projects and commitments into concrete results. Only through solidarity on the basis of common but differentiated responsibilities can we secure a climate future for all. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. On behalf of the conference, I would like to thank you all for your statements. Distinguished delegates, we have now concluded the delivery of national statements. I understand there is a request for a right of reply from China. In accordance with established practice, the right of reply will be provided to China. China, please note that as the party requesting a right of reply, you are given 3 minutes.
尊敬的主席先生，中方注意到，贝伦气候峰会及本次会议期间，少数国家无视台湾是中国领土不可分割一部分的事实，公然鼓噪台湾当局应当参与联合国气候变化框架公约缔约方大会，这是完全不可接受的。中方对此坚决反对。世界上只有一个中国，台湾是中国领土不可分割的一部分。中华人民共和国政府是代表全中国的唯一合法政府。台湾从来不是一个国家，过去不是，现在不是，今后也绝无可能。一个中国原则是国际社会普遍共识和国际关系基本准则。1971年， 第26届联合国大会以压倒性多数通过了第2758号决议。从政治上、法律上和程序上，彻底解决了包括台湾在内的全中国在联合国的代表权问题。任何关于台湾地区参与国际组织活动的问题，都必须在一个中国原则下解决。中国台湾地区没有任何根据、理由或权利参加联合国以及其他只有主权国家才能参加的国际组织和国际条约，包括联合国气候变化框架公约。中国政府始终鼓励和支持地方政府、私营部门和社会各界为应对气候变化做出贡献，并为此做出了努力和安排。事实上，中国台湾地区完全可以通过现有安排，为全球应对气候变化做出贡献。悖论大会任务繁重，日程紧张，希望有关国家恪守一个中国原则，聚焦会议谈判工作，避免引入大会议程外因素干扰和阻碍会议正常进行。中方要求将上述发言内容正式记录在案。谢谢主席先生。
With this, I declare this joint meeting of the COP, CMP, and CMA suspended. Distinguished delegates, we will resume in 30 minutes to hear statements from observer organizations. Statements from observer organizations will begin at 17:30 hours in this plenary.